Sorry about that. Okay, so calling the commission to order. Commissioner Parks, can you hear us?
Yes, and I'm here.
Perfect. Commissioner Barraza?
Present.
Commissioner Singh?
Here.
Commissioner Cummings?
Here.
Commissioner Miller?
Here.
Commissioner Apuda?
Present.
Commissioner Vang?
Here.
And Vice Chair is absent today, and Chair McCoy.
Present. All right, we will now begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please stand? Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and
and justice for all. Thank you. We will now start with approval of the agenda. Secretary, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, I am requesting that the minutes for October 18, 2021 be continued to the 11/4 meeting. And those are all the changes.
All right, are there any other proposed changes to the agenda? Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Motion, Mayor.
Motion by Commissioner Member Vang. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Cummings.
Second by Commissioner Member Cummings. Secretary, please conduct a roll call vote.
Yes, Commissioner Parks?
Yes,
Commissioner Barraza?
Yes.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Apuda?
Yes.
Commissioner Vang?
Yes.
And Chair McCoy.
Yes. So we just voted to, so Christy, do I have to do 5A since we pushed it back?
No, we are continuing that to the November 4th
Okay.
agenda.
I just wanted to make sure, thank you. We will now move on to subcommittee reports. This item is a discussion item for the commission and no public comments will be taken related to this item. Does the Cultural Arts Plan Subcommittee have an update it would like to provide to the commission?
Yes.
Commissioner Vang, go ahead.
Okay, just give me 1 second.
Okay.
I'm just going to read my notes in front. So, can I just reiterate what our goals and objective is? Is that okay? Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Okay. So this is actually on page 5 on the bylaw, expanded access to art and culture. Through the MEP, there'll be 12% allotted on this funds on the side available to support the art and culture initiative. And then with that, we are in a collaboration with Fresno Arts Council, and Ms. Lila, she has been the key person helping us with, making sure that we continue to collaborate with her, Lilia Chavez. And then with that, right now, we hope that we will be able to develop a cultural art plan that is going to be sustained for 5 years. But before we do that, there's a lot of logistic behind. So I'm gonna go over what's happened at our last meeting. October 18 was our last meeting. We all met, Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Parks, and also we have city staff that was available. And then Mrs. Lilia Chavez was also there at the meeting. City staff, Aldi did inform the committee that the RFP has gone through the city procurement process. And Lilia should be receiving the final approval of the RFP as of last Friday, October 22nd. I'm not sure if that happened. Maybe one of the city staff can let us know that we meet the deadline. And then once the RFP is published, it will be sent out electronically and be distributed statewide. The proposal, the RFP, is supposed to be, accepted throughout the end of November. And I didn't get a date, but I'm assuming, what is it, November 30th will be the last day because it's the end of the November. And then at that time, the consultant wishes to submit a proposal. Whoever decided to submit a proposal to be a consultant will respond to the agricultural proposal. And then there will be the Arts and Council, which is the subcommittee, which is us, Commissioner Miller and Parks and myself will also be in the review committee, as well as a board member from Arts and Council board member. There will be a representative from the city staff, and then 2 additional representatives from a related field from the community. And then with that, the Cultural Art Plan Subcommittee will make a recommendation, a consultant recommendation to the commission. And then the commission at that time will discuss the recommendation from the subcommittee, and then it will go to the city council. I heard the city council is the one that makes the final decision. I don't even know if we can even vote on it. I believe it just goes straight to the city council. And then the goal is to bring to the city council meeting on January 6th. This is just the timeline that we kind of projected. There might be some changes. We'll continue to update you. But if we cannot meet January 6th deadline, we hope to bring it by, hopefully by mid or late January. And then we hope that the development of the cultural arts plans will happen between February to throughout May, because there's going to be community input, community meetings, virtually or in person. The consultant will be the person who's going to be designing the community face for us, how we're going to be reaching out to the committee. The cultural arts plans subcommittee will also be bringing grant guidelines in parallel with our cultural art plan development. Ms. Chavez referenced the California Arts Council's grant program as a potential example to work from. And then the grant guidelines will be made available after the cultural art plan is completed. The first round of grant funding will be awarded in the late summer, early fall 2022. And then Measure P funds can only be used on program and projects that are included in the cultural art plan. So community input is important and is crucial, a part of the development. So for example, if I believe that festive cultural events should be a part of the development, then I need to be at the table, be at the voice. So my voice could be a part of the plan because, the cultural arts is going to be based on the plan that is built on. And then the committee also discussed setting meetings with local cultural arts group, similar to the Commissioner Parks Tour, in order to learn more about existing program and projects in the community. And then Ms. Chavez will be working on this initiative to include Commissioner Parks and Commissioner Miller and I to be a part of the conversation meeting with them. I know I talk fast, and thank you, Commissioner Parks, for all the highlights. And anything to add, Commissioner Miller and Parks? And I said a lot of stuff.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I
Yes,
just wanted to know, when is the draft policy for bidding of projects is coming to the commission for review in the cultural arts?
Christy, can you answer that?
That's something that administration is handling along with Lilia from the Fresno Arts Council, if we're talking about the grant program.
Yes, the policy, the procedures for agencies that will start submitting proposals to the commission, when does that happen? I mean, when is the policy established?
Well, I think that we would have to get a consultant first, right? And then once we build the plan, then we can start phasing out the timeline. I don't know if we're there yet to have a process, right? I don't even think we're there yet, Commissioner Garza. We're just in the phase of looking for a consultant, and then once we get the consultant, the RFP that comes in, we're going to go through review the application, and then once the consultant is approved by the city council member, then we hope to have conversation with the community and community around, you know, for Fresno, and be able to participate and have a voice on what they want to see or how they want the culture and art design to look like for the next 5 years. I think the process is kind of slow right now, but it's good though. It's good though. It's moving. Let me just tell you, it's moving as fast as it can right now. Any more questions? I know that Dr. Okuda, you had a few questions last time. Any other commissioner has any questions about the culture and arts plan?
Thank you, Commissioner Vang. I did have, it's kind of in the same vein as the questions I've been asking. So for example, you said you all would bring a recommended candidate to the commission. Would it be your top choice only, or would it be your top 3 that the full commission gets an opportunity to weigh in on?
You know, from my understanding, Commissioner Puda, from the last time we met with city staff, you know, the recommendation was that we review the candidate and then we provide the top choice, which is the number 1 choice, right? Because we're going to wait in and we're going to bring him back. The reason why is because even when we bring it back to the commissioner as a full, we still cannot vote. So I'm not really sure how that is being processed. So if Christy,
Yeah, Ms. Vang, yeah, I'll go ahead and interject here. We did enter into a contract with the Fresno Arts Council to take the lead in this process in trying to identify a consultant to draft a cultural arts plan. That contract specifically calls out for a panel of people that'll include some of the commission members, it'll include some people from the Fresno Arts Council as well as city staff to go through the proposals as well as do any necessary interviews and questioning, and they will choose based off that panel will choose the number 1 consultant to bring back to this commission for recommendation to city council.
Thank you.
and I'm going to be really honest with you, Commissioner Fuda. Like, even if we recommend this person, we can bring it back to the city council member and they may say no. So we might have to start over too. So
I totally understand that our
Yeah.
role is to make recommendations. That's our role. I get it. My question was about, my question was clear. So, but thank you for that, Commissioner Vang. Thank you.
I would suggest that if you guys have anybody that you want to be a part of the panel, like community-wise, because Ms. Chavez is looking for additional two people. I know the last time she came here, she said if we have anybody that we wanted to recommend to be a part of the panel too, I would recommend you guys, just shooting her an email and giving her some names. I know I did, but just a thought, just a thought, okay? Yeah.
Thank you for that reminder. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for the Arts Council Subcommittee? The Cultural Arts Plan, excuse me.
The only question I have for the city staff is that the 12% that is going to come up in March, right? I mean November, I'm sorry. Once we find out from the sales tax in March, since our plan is not going to take place until 2022, what happens to this year 12% for the culture and arts? Where did that fund goes? Does it get to be put in an area where it gets to be transferred over to next year fiscal year, or does it get used somewhere else? That's my question I have for the city staff.
Can someone from city staff answer Commissioner's main question, please?
Yes, this is Francine Kane. Any of the monies that are left over in Measure P, I mean, we still have about 8 months to spend the money in the 21-22 budget. And so any determinations after that are based upon what the forward plan going forward is. And so that's probably a question that we can answer as time goes on, but the money's never lost. It is allocated for that bucket. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I just, the reason why I just wanted to ensure was that because it's gonna be 12%, and so our bylaw indicates that 12% is gonna be allotted to do this pocket of work. And so if we end up using that money for something else, you know, do we get like penalty or penalized for anything? If someone can clarify that part.
Well, Ms. Bang, I can't go into any legal ramifications for failure to meet the specific percentages, but
Okay.
once those are allocated, they will stay within that same fund.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for the Cultural Arts Plan Subcommittee? All right, does the Highest Needs Neighborhood Subcommittee have an update it would like to provide to this commission? No update. Dr. Puda, I see you came off of mute.
Yes, we didn't talk about an update, but what's happening today is basically our update. But since I do have a moment, I do want to let the community know that city staff and WRT have been working extraordinarily to make today happen and have really gone above and beyond. And I just want to acknowledge that and thank them for that work, in particular Aldi and Francine, not just because we share the same name, and also the rest of WRT. I know that you all did a lot of work behind the scenes to make things available in a particular way today. And thank you for listening to us as a commission and making today happen.
Thank you. Commissioner Singh, would you like to add?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, just trying to get this, get used to this mic. Exactly what Dr. Hello? Okay, all right, sorry. Just wanted to say thanks to WRT and Francine for making, and Aldi, of course, for making this happen today. It's very nice to see that we care about community input like this, and we're willing to go to extreme lengths to make sure that we get that community input.
Thank you. I just agree with my, I agree with my subcommittee members on the highest needs neighborhoods. Thank you, WRT, Aldi, Francine, Christy, for having this meeting and putting it on the agenda so we can get more public input on the highest needs neighborhoods. Thank you. We will now move on to the Parks Master Plan Subcommittee. Is there an update they would like to provide to the commission?
Just like to introduce the topic. At our last meeting, we've had one meeting with WRT staff. There was a review of the master plan, the current document that's in place. It was very useful because we also had the opportunity to identify areas where more information is needed. And also we started to talk about the areas that are going to be discussed in more detail as the master plan, Parks Master Plan is updated. And we also were able to talk about areas that our consultants did not identify that are also very important. And when it comes to the commission level, I'm sure there'll be more input from everybody. But I'm happy to report that we started that work with the participation of Commissioner Cummings and our Vice Chair, Commissioner Dolling. That's all I have. There may be other additions on their part.
That's a very good review. I would like to add and echo Commissioner Oputa's commentary about WRT and their efforts for this encore presentation to promote community input. And I believe that that will make a difference in the development of the next phase of the Parks Master Plan. So thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to member reports and comments. As a reminder, this is a time for commission members to report anything they feel important for the public or commission to know, but it's not a time for a discussion. Commissioner Miller, do you have any reports or updates?
None at this time, thank you.
Commissioner Barraza, any reports or updates?
Yes, I wanted to report a very successful community event that was held at Pillabus Park. And I want to thank the staff of the City of Fresno, the Parks Department, AJ Miller, David Rodriguez, for their wonderful cooperation in having a very nice facility for the public. Also want to thank the City Manager's Office, the Planning Department. We had a lot of booths from a lot of agencies. The Planning Department was there, Fresno Police Department, the Highway Patrol, Fresno County Library was giving books to the public. We had a cultural presentation, a mariachi live, dancers of cultural dances from Mexico, a lot of wonderful entertainment. And I'm happy to report that there wasn't a single, negative incident, which we're always afraid when you have those events out in the public. But obviously the support and cooperation of the Fresno Police Department was very useful. And I'm excited because that's a vehicle that we're able to use to bring culture to the community, education information. We even were able to give vaccines, COVID-19 vaccines. And so thank you, City of Fresno, for your help in this process.
Thank you. Commissioner Cummings, any reports or updates?
Sure, I'll go ahead and share that we had a successful event at Sunset Community Center in Southwest Fresno on October 6th for Clean Air Day. And this is an example of where we have a community tree planting where we planted 14 new 15-gallon drought-tolerant trees with the help of local residents. Up to 100 residents were there, including children. And this was also supported by the City of Fresno as our partners with Beautify Fresno and Department of Public Works. We transformed the landscape around the parking lot and in front of the building and look forward to future plantings of this kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vang, any reports or update?
I just want to give a shout out to the City of Fresno staff for having translator today. I know that many of our Hmong families and our Southeast Asian family are joining us tonight. And so I hope that we're ready to go later in a bit with the survey. And, it's just the city staff and Francine just doing a great job of making sure that it's equitable for our family to participate. So I really want to take this opportunity to really thank them and Ms. Barber, because she really took the lead on this to ensure that we had translator today and our ongoing meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Apuda, any comments or updates?
Yes, I have a comment. I am very pleased with the number of attendees we have here today. And I do have one quick question. Can you give us a count, city staff, of how many people, or if there are community members in the council chamber?
Yes, there are 5 community members in the chambers.
Thank you. And I want the community to know, as I had mentioned earlier, it was a huge effort to make sure that we had more of a community voice, because the last time we had 14 people. And to look now and see that we have 75. Thank you, commissioners, for the work that you did to get people here. And then the last thing I want to ask our community to do is have some patience with us as a new commission and give us some grace, as this is our first year, and there've been a few glitches along the way, but this first year will definitely inform future years, and we will get better and better at this process. So, community members, thank you so much for taking your time to be here with us today. And again, I ask that you give us patience and grace this first year. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Singh, any reports or comments?
No reports or comments from me.
Thank you. Commissioner Parks, any reports or comments?
Can you hear me? Oh, good. I just was going to reference the fact that we have some members of the public here in person, which is great. And in this hybrid model, it's, can be difficult, but it's nice to see some faces here in the council chambers.
Thank you. All right. We will now move on to city administration and park staff reports and comments. Does anyone from the administration have any reports or comments for the commission?
We have no reports or comments for the city administration.
And we in parks do.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Aldi Ramirez, projects administrator in the Parks Department. Thank you, commissioners, for the appreciation that you've expressed on tonight's meeting, not only for city staff and WRT, but also for the clerk's office. It definitely took a lot of coordination and collaboration. I just wanted to highlight a few things regarding outreach during this reporting time. We have worked with the city's ADA coordinator and the clerk's office regarding the 3 presentation items that will be given tonight. I wanted to take a moment and clarify that panelists may keep their video on during tonight's meeting. The only time that we ask you to turn your video off is when a presentation is being given, and that will allow the ASL interpreter to be highlighted as well as the presentation. And then when a discussion breaks out where the presentation is over, we will stop sharing screen and you as a panelist may turn your video back on. And that really is just to allow the highlighting of the ASL interpreter. Additionally, WRT and staff will be explaining any graphics on their presentations so that individuals who may not be able to see the slides will be able to follow along with the presentation and the content that is being provided. If you have any questions regarding accessibility during the meeting tonight, we ask that you please email the city clerk's office at clerk@fresno.gov, and they will be monitoring their email during this meeting so that we can make accommodations as we go. The presentations for tonight's meetings were published on Friday in advance, as well as the poll questions that will be given tonight and the flyers. Additionally, hard copies of the poll questions have been printed and are available for those commissioners as well as the public that are attending this meeting in person at City Hall. So you will complete those poll questions via the paper, and then the clerk's office will gather those at the end so that they can be included in the final results. You will notice tonight that there are some changes to the polling since our last Monday meeting. We've worked hard with WRT and team to ensure that the polling is as easy to understand and accessible for all. So you'll notice that we go through the polling questions tonight one at a time. This will also allow the interpreters to go through the questions one at a time for those non-English speakers joining us tonight. I also wanted to share in regards to the flyer that the mayor's office has posted, it did post it on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Nextdoor. Thank you, commissioners, for the outreach that you did, as well as the council districts. The flyer was also sent to the Parks Department, the Economic Development Department, the Planning Department, and the Public Works Department. It was also emailed to a list of over 400 stakeholders, those that we have gathered through our Parks Master Plan outreach days. And if you or anyone you know is interested in being included on future outreach efforts, please email prac@fresno.gov. That's PRAC@fresno.gov, and we will be more than happy to add them to the distribution list. Appreciate everyone's efforts and looking forward to a successful meeting tonight.
Thank you. We will now move on to scheduled hearings. Oh, excuse me. Would any member of the public like to speak on any issue within the jurisdiction of the commission? You have 3 minutes.
Yes, we have one speaker. Deep Singh, you are unmute.
Hi, my name is Deep Singh. I wanted to ask, is this the appropriate time to share about a map recommendation, or should that be tabled for later?
A map recommendation, would that be for Planning Commission?
No. For the highest, we're kind of deciding on which map should be weighted most heavily.
Okay. Yeah, no, there will be a time after the presentation by WRT for public comment.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we have Alex, you're unmute.
Thank you all. So my name is Alex Tusiga. I am the chair of the Broadway Park Committee, which we're very excited about, getting to use Measure P funds. And just here today because I know you guys are all busy and I'm sure my emails have gotten lost in your inbox, but the Broadway Park Committee would love to present eventually a 10-minute presentation that we have that kind of shows the process that we as a community, a grassroots committee went through to get the design that we currently have, and just present that to you guys so that we're all on the same page. Yeah, that's it.
Next is Lisa Flores.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Flores, and I'm the dog play group organizer of the Road and Park Small Dog Play Group. And I'm working with Miguel Arias's office on moving the dog park from one side of the park to the other side of the park. And I thought, $40,000 would be enough. But now I hear that designs and complete build out to end project is $300,000, which I have yet to see the budget and the timeline and the minute details that I always like to see in construction projects. But I just want to give you a heads up of how much a dog park is going to cost in roading. And, my first thought is we're okay with a stage construction over a multiple years of, getting the dog park moved and then adding accoutrements to it if necessary, because we understand, there are blighted areas in Fresno that have no parks, that need parks, and we're just happy we're getting moved to where we originally wanted to be. The other issue that I would also like to bring up are the trees and roading. The last storm, I drove through and took pictures of the trees and approximately 6 dead trees that are outside the footprint of Chaffee Zoo that need to be resolved. But also too, would like you to look at the Chaffee Zoo agreement and how they're supposed to take care of the trees that they inherited from the park. Because over the years, the count of dead trees are increasing, and we're losing a lot of the old trees that are now within the footprint of Chaffee. And I thank you for your time.
Next, we have Sharon Weaver.
Hi there. This is just a process request. I'm a little bit confused about the format of this Zoom webinar at this point. Over the past year and a half that we've been in the pandemic, I've participated in a lot of public meetings, and most of the time I, as a participant, have some sort of control so that I can choose to highlight the person that's speaking or watch everybody that's participating. And it seems that the city has made a decision to take that control away from the participant and highlight the ASL interpretation. And while that's beautiful, it doesn't help me understand what's going on at the meeting. And so I just want to say it would really be helpful to participants that are Zooming in to be able to actually see the person speaking, because it's helpful then, that helps us understand what they're saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Lynn Lewis.
Good evening. First of all, thank you all for having this meeting. Secondly, I do agree with Ms. Weaver about her previous comment. My comment is that 2 of you highlighted community events that happened. A lot of us knew nothing about it, and I was wondering that in going forward, can we please start maybe putting up some kind of banners throughout the city that are highlighting upcoming events? Something that lets a lot of people know. Not everyone, even if they're on social media, is constantly looking through social media to see what's going on in the city. Oftentimes, we hear about it after the event has taken place. So maybe if you can put up some colorful banners sometime to let us know what's going on, or even do a public service announcement. That would help as well on television. So that's what I'd like to say in my input. And thank you very much.
Next, we have Sylvester. Ms. Hall, you're unmuted.
Yes, am I unmuted now, if you will?
Yes.
First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Sylvester McQueen Hall. I'm the strategic planner and visionary of West Creek Village Development Project at Martin Luther Church Avenue, Walnut. Hopefully, everyone on here is familiar with that project. Unfortunately, I wasn't even familiar with the commission. I participated in the master park planning process, but I didn't know a commission had been formed out of that. And I sure was not aware of what the purpose of the commission is, the goals, the objectives, or the authority. And the reason that's important for us was in our contract with the city of Fresno, we have a $11 million park this year. And I believe you guys mentioned earlier that Measure P funds are already being budgeted and allocated. I think something 8 months left in the 21-22 budget for Measure P. I didn't know that Measure P had been budgeted yet, or there was budget formulation of it, or people were submitting projects for it. So with all that said, could someone on this call answer for me, as someone from the city of Fresno staff, input the West Creek Village Community Park Project request in terms of the 21-22 budget? Thank you.
And that is all the public comment.
Thank you. We will now move on to scheduled hearings. The first item we have is 12A, ID number 21-23638, hearing number 2, community hearing by WRT regarding highest needs definition. Would WRT please begin the hearing?
With pleasure. Thank you, commissioners. Thanks to my extended consultant team, WRT and Urban Diversity Design, city staff, and a huge shout out to the 75 participants from the broader community that are on this call today, making all of our efforts really worthwhile. And we're so glad to have you here tonight because we are going to put you to work. We have some important business to attend to, which we're going to be walking through a presentation first, and then we're going to be collecting a lot of feedback from you, and I would expect perhaps some additional comments from the commission. My colleague Cristina Bejarano is also going to be presenting with me, and she'll pick up some slides in just a couple minutes. And with that, I think we can go to the agenda and just kind of kick this off just a little bit more. So I want to first just recap kind of what it is that we're doing tonight. There is a really important component of Measure P, which has to do with defining the highest needs neighborhoods within the city of Fresno. And Measure P is very specific about what that is. And we have been working carefully with data to really provide some important mapping that you all can take a look at and are going to weigh in about helping us determine what parts of that data are more important and really should be weighted. And this will all make a lot of sense when we go through this exercise. And if you were with us last week, you'll hear a little bit more, or you'll hear this again. Our agenda is always to go through, just redefining or making sure we're all clear on what Measure P is. We're going to walk through what the actual ordinance says as a driver for what we're doing tonight and moving forward. We're going to spend quite a bit of time going through the equity factor maps. And in fact, we're going to spend even a little bit more time than we did last week. I think some of the feedback that we heard was maybe we're moving a little too quickly. So we're just going to slow it down. We're going to take our time. We really want everybody to understand this information. It's a little complicated, in fact, and that's why we really need to do it with you here tonight with us to understand the data, understand the map. What is this factor that we're talking about? How is it important to me, to my community? How is it important to this process? I want you to understand that. And then we've actually adjusted a little bit about how we're going to do the polls. So we'll go through all the maps, and then one by one, as Aldi mentioned earlier, we'll go through the poll questions just to really take some extra time, make sure the map is right there on screen, and Christina will walk you through that here in just a little bit. We'll show you some maps that we had done also for last week, just showing what some potential outcomes could be, because we had done this as a group and with our subcommittee. And then there's another important poll question, which is out of all of those high need areas within the city of Fresno, where should we really draw the line to determine that that's the highest need areas? And so we'll explain that to you as well, and we'll wrap it up with some next steps. So first off, and this should be pretty well understood by everybody, but just what is Measure P? Why are we doing this? And for a caller that maybe was a little less familiar with Measure P, there was a community initiative to put this on the ballot to raise funds for parks and programming and arts and youth and seniors within the city of Fresno. The measure was passed, and it includes a 3/8 sales tax to be used for the following things. And the first two are really important for us tonight. The first is to improve and maintain clean and safe neighborhood parks. These are existing parks. So the first really focuses on existing parks. The second focuses on new parks. because we all know that there's a lack of parks within the city of Fresno overall, based on its population and based on adjacencies. We need more parks. Also included in that are specific recreational facilities for seniors and for youth. And then there's three other areas that are important to Measure P, a little less important for what we're doing specifically tonight in this item, but also includes youth and senior recreation programs, some after-school programs, et cetera, as well as access for arts and culture. And there's a subcommittee that talked about that a little earlier tonight. And then lastly, walking and biking trails, some street beautification, and important funding for the San Joaquin River Parkway. So we're gonna switch to the next slide, and this is more of a pie chart. And so also just wanna touch on the inclusive nature of this presentation tonight. And I'm gonna do an important job of explaining this visual for those who may be unable to see this the way some of you may be able to see this on screen in front of you. So this is a pie chart, a round circle divided into the different percentage segments. So graphically, this pie is cut to represent the different percentages that can be allocated to those 5 pots or buckets within Measure P. And the largest piece of the pie is at 46%, and that goes to existing parks. The second largest piece of this pie is 21.5%, and that goes towards new parks. There's 3 other slices which represent those three other buckets that are identified in the measure and that I explained a minute ago. I want to focus on the 2 largest, and so there's some little enlargements that show a further breakdown of that 46%. It's broken down so that up to $5 million of that is set aside specifically for maintenance. And then the remaining of that 46% large piece of pie is divided in half, and half of that goes to highest needs neighborhoods, which is what we're talking about tonight. And the other half can go to other parks throughout the city of Fresno with no restrictions. But that 50% going to the highest need neighborhoods is really important. The other piece of the pie that we touched on a minute ago, the 21.5% going to new parks, there's a zoom in of that pie, and that pie is also divided into half. So that large slice is divided in half, and 50% of that goes to the highest needs neighborhoods. And so you can see how important it is for us to talk about this tonight, for us to come to consensus around how the city of Fresno and ultimately then this commission can move forward identifying where are those highest needs neighborhoods. And those are really defined by census tracts. That's how the data is organized. And the measure, the ordinance is very specific about what those factors are. And I'm going to just kind of touch on them here. And then my colleague Christina is going to go through them in much more detail. So the ordinance just is also just continuing to define the ordinance, and this is a slide just with text on it. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but the measure does acknowledge a current definition, and this is a definition that's going to expire here in just a couple of months at the end of the year, but there is a definition in place, and I don't think doesn't seem to have a lot of bearing, and so I'm not going to spend more time on it here. It just has to do with using Cal EnviroScreen, using parks in poor condition, and parks within a priority zone for new parks that the Parks Master Plan had identified. And the next slide just shows those 3 graphics, those 3 maps on one slide. The Cal EnviroScreen map with dark red areas centered around downtown and largely on the west side. Also shows a map from the parks, a map showing poor condition parks with red areas indicating the poorest condition parks, largely on the west side, downtown, and to a degree between 41 and 168 highways, and then also somewhat on the east side of town. And then the last image is from the Parks Master Plan indicating walk sheds to parks and where there are gaps. It takes a little bit more time walking through all these maps visually, but we want to make sure that we're really covering our bases and being as inclusive as possible for everybody. The slide before you now is really getting into what the ordinance says and the work for us moving forward tonight. So there's a deadline for defining the highest needs areas within the city, and that is really January 1st. And so our timeline tonight is extremely important, and it was a lot of work, and important work to come back one more time tonight before we come back to you next Monday night with the outcome, with the recommendation for action. So by January 1st, we need to have this definition defined, but that has to go to City Council, and there's a lot of work to do between now and then. So these are the items A through K on the list here that make up the definition of highest needs neighborhoods, and I'll just read them quickly. The first is the existing condition of parks and facilities based on needs assessment data in the plan. So just what's the condition of parks? And largely this is about where are there poor condition parks in the city based on the Parks Master Plan. B is the proportion of population that lives within walking distance of a park. Do you live near the park or not? C is the park acreage per 1,000 residents. So how many people are able to use this park? D is population density. E is neighborhood youth and senior population, so just presence of those communities. F is neighborhood safety. G is neighborhoods of concentrated poverty. H is pollution burden as defined by Cal and Virus Screen. I is preterm birth rates. J, years of potential life lost. We'll get into a definition of, tell you a little bit more about that one. And K, neighborhood composite mortality rate. So again, all of these data points, these equity factors were identified in the ordinance. We have no control over these, but tonight we're going to be determining a couple of these that really should be weighted higher than others. And that's the important exercise, because that's where we do have some flexibility, and that's why all you are on the call tonight, is to help us do that and to make sure that we generate a definition that reflects community support and your efforts here with us tonight. So thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Cristina Bejarano from WRT, who's going to just walk through then this data, and we'll launch the polls and get your feedback. So thank you.
Mr. Gibb, this is Commissioner Vang. If we could just be mindful of the translator, because I know that I went to the wrong translation. And as you're talking, she's trying to translate too. So we could just slow down a little bit, just to be mindful of our families who's here tonight with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
John, if I could this is Commissioner Barras. Just wanted to ask you at the appropriate time, if you could again explain the one other summary category that you call highest needs percentile, and it talks about the percentage of census tracts that should be considered highest needs. I know you're probably going to get to that, but that's probably the most confusing one. And
sure,
if you could please help us with that, I would appreciate it.
That sounds good. And what Jose is referring to is that ultimately we're going to be ranking all of the areas of Fresno based on need in this exercise. But at some point we have to determine which are just the highest. And we'll be able to explain that. That's going to be our last question that we'll ask. So when we get to that item, we'll spend a little bit more time and make sure everybody understands it before we vote. So thanks, Jose.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone. So I will now spend some time walking through each of the equity factors that John just described. That's part of the highest needs communities definition. And As I go through this, I'll go through it once at a high level and describe what you're seeing on each map and why these factors are important. And then we'll come back and go map by map, and we'll have a poll question for you. So I'll go through it once, and then we'll come back together and start the poll questions. And again, if you have any questions regarding accessibility or understanding, please feel free to message the city clerk at clerk@fresno.gov. Thank you. So jumping right in to equity factor A, it's described as the existing conditions of parks and facilities based on the needs assessment data and the master plan. And essentially this is an important criteria for determining areas of highest needs, because while not all areas have parks, certainly areas that do have parks have very different conditions. The red areas on the map on the right highlight locations where parks exist but are in poor condition based on the previous Parks Master Plan effort. Generally, you can see on the map that the areas of red are concentrated southwest of Highway 99 and north and south of Highway 180. There's a cluster between Highways 41 and 168, and a cluster north of Herndon. Equity factor B is defined as the proportion of the population that lives within walking distance to a park. So again, in this case, we're showing in areas that are in red, locations where no one is within a half-mile walk to a park, whereas areas that are in pink and orange have a higher percentage, still low percentage, but higher percentage of people that are within walking distance, and so on. So of course, this is important because we want as many community members as possible to be within walking distance to a park. And in this case, the distribution of red and pink areas is pretty widely distributed across the city. Equity factor C is representing the park acreage per 1,000 residents. This is important because, again, not all parks are evenly distributed throughout the city. The areas in red on the map show areas where there are no parks at all, whereas by contrast, the areas in dark green have well over 3 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents, which is sort of a standard for cities throughout California. So importantly, we're looking at the red and pink areas here on the map. And again, it's pretty widely distributed across the city. Equity factor D is population density. This is an important factor for highest needs communities definition because denser residential areas of the city often have less access to private outdoor space. Therefore, public park access is even more critical. And here you can see the red and pink areas on the map show where there are greater than 7,000 residents per square mile. In this case, so the distribution of red and pink is again between Highway 41 and 168, largely south of Highway 180, and then a cluster again south of Shaw between Highway 99 and 41, and also west of Highway 99. Equity factor E is made up of two components here. So we'll be looking at two different maps. This first map is illustrating where there are concentrations of youth, of residents and population of children under the age of 18 across the city of Fresno. Of course, access to green space is important to the mental well-being, overall health, and cognitive development of children. So it's an important factor for us. And here, the orange areas on the map are largely spread around South Fresno. So definitely below Highway 180 on both sides of Highway 99 in this cluster here, and east of Highway 168.
Hi, can I chime in really quick?
Oh,
This is Chair McCoy. I just would like to let all the members of the public know that we will be taking public comment after the presentation. Thank you.
Great. So the second half of equity factor E is also looking at the senior population. So this map is illustrating where there are concentrations of adults age 65 or older. And again, access to green space is important for well-being and overall health for seniors as they age in place. In this case, the concentrations of seniors are largely north of Shaw, I would say north of Shaw in Fresno. Equity factor F focuses on neighborhood safety. And this is important for us because neighborhoods with the higher investment in public green space and activation tend to see more community cohesion. In this case, we're showing the number of crimes reported in 2020 by the Fresno Police Department. And the areas in red and orange are some of the higher percentile neighborhoods. So in this case, you can see it's largely north of Highway 99 on the north and south side of Shaw, concentrated on the sort of north and south side of 180 in central Fresno, and along Highway 41 corridor. Equity factor G focuses on neighborhoods of concentrated poverty. In this case, it's important because people with lower economic independence rely on public parks to fulfill their public health needs. And in this map, which comes from Cal EnviroScreen, you can see the areas of red show the areas of concentrated poverty, where greater than 70% of that population lives in poverty. So in this case, there's a larger extent along Highway 99, south of Highway 180, along Highway 41 corridor, and just a large cluster there, the center of the city. Equity factor H is the map representing the pollution burden. This also comes from Cal EnviroScreen as the source for the data. And in this case, pollution burden is important because urban green spaces have a natural ability to filter pollution from the air and reduce local air and ground temperature. Here, the areas in red on the map are largely south of Highway 180 and south of Highway 99. And again, there's a bit more detail here about how pollution burden is defined by sort of the concentration of ozone, pesticide use, cleanup sites, et cetera, that exist locally. Equity factor I is defined here as the number of preterm, the rate of preterm births in the city of Fresno. In this case, and similar to this and the next two equity factors, this is really important to make sure that we're creating safe spaces for people to engage in physical activity and connect with the outdoors to really improve overall health outcomes. In this case, the red areas are showing where there are higher rates of preterm births. And again, we're seeing sort of south of Highway 99, south of Highway 99 and 180, areas just north of 180, and along the Highway 41 corridor. Equity factor J are the representative of the years of potential life lost. Again, important factor to consider because of how important parks are to improve overall health outcomes. In this case, the map, in the areas in red on the map show where there are higher rates of premature mortality, which is defined by people dying before the age of 65. So this is a slightly wider distribution here on the south of Highway 99 and north here in this cluster. And then again, sort of north and south of Highway 180 with a few pockets in North Fresno as well. And finally, equity factor K is defined as the neighborhood composite mortality rate. And in this case, the red on the map shows areas where there are higher rates, composite mortality rates, meaning earlier age deaths in all age groups. So in this case, the areas in red are similarly distributed north and south of Highway 99, south of 99 in southern Fresno, a large cluster on the north side of Fresno, and just between Highway 99 and Highway 41. So having gone through all of those equity factors, we're now going to return to each one and ask you to answer a poll question for each one, which is, after reviewing each equity factor map, how should the following factors be weighted? And the question for you is to decide, should it be weighted higher than other factors, should it be weighted equal to and the same as other factors, or should it be weighted less than other factors? I'll show you an example of what we're going to be seeing next time we come together when we share the results of what we hear from you today. So this is an example of the process we went to with the subcommittee earlier last month. And essentially what you see on screen is that for each column here is associated with each of the maps that we just walked through, each of the equity factors, A through K. And this shows you what the average response was to the poll question, whether it was should be considered of higher importance, equal, or lower importance. So for example, for equity factor A related to park conditions, the subcommittee average indicated that that should be weighted higher than other factors, whereas the walking distance to parks would be weighted equally across.
Should I weigh in on this, Christina?
Oh, sure.
Just to kind of make a point when we looked at walking distance to park, and B, just how the math starts to work on this. You know, if everybody's in agreement and all 75 of you out there are in agreement about something, you know, that'll definitely be pretty obvious. But when there's a distribution of votes, as we would expect, we're going to be taking more of an average. And so using B as an example, the votes were spread evenly, and so the result was equal. The point that I want to make is that the math on this says that if you ranked all of these factors as higher importance, it's actually going to even things out in the end, and it's not going to be as impactful because everything would actually end up kind of with the highest, would be kind of ranked the same in the end. And for this effort to be mathematically more successful, I might encourage you to choose those things that you think are really higher than the other factors, and equally determine certain things that are just of lower importance. And it's not to say that any of these are not important, but I do just want to reinforce the math of this to say that if one thing's higher, something else really ought to be lower in order for things to, just for your weighting to really be effective. So I hopefully I'm not confusing everybody, but instead just, helping you understand if you rank everything as higher importance, it really won't end up being as high of importance.
Great. Okay. So I will now go back.
Clarifying question before the survey is launched. Will the commission be taking the survey over again since we completed it, or?
Yes, we'd ask everyone to please retake the poll so that we have all the votes in tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be using the polling functions for those that are part of the Zoom, and those that are in person in the conference, in the council chambers will be taking it on paper, and we'll be incorporating that information after the call.
And
Mr. Giz, would this be available in the Spanish, and Hmong, and Punjabi translation Zoom, the survey?
Yes. So the interpreters on each of those channels are translating for us here. And so here I'm launching the poll as it pops up. The poll will pop up in English, but we'll have the translators on each of the channels translating and guiding each of the participants to respond.
And Christy, I'm sorry, this is Brianna, City Clerk's office. Just before we go into the polling, I do have 2 members of the community who have raised their hand. Is it okay if we take their public comment prior to starting the poll?
Yeah, so that's up to WRT if they want to take those comments or questions.
We're open to that and look to Chairwoman McCoy for further guidance on that.
Did you finish your presentation?
So we'll have a part 2 of the presentation after this poll activity.
Okay, and I'm seeing that the hosts and panelists cannot vote, so it's not allowing me to vote.
Let me see if I can change that setting.
Just so you know, as a sign language interpreter who has her hand raised, I'm simply doing it to have you switch the interpreters, please.
Sure, and I can help with the spotlight. Kate. Let's see, Brianna, if there's a way to change the setting for the poll to include participants.
Panelists.
Yeah, the panelists.
Sorry to
Sure.
cut you
How
off,
do
but
you-
I wanted to ask, are we taking public comment before the poll?
Okay, let's see. So let me close the poll. I had started it, but it sounds like we have a couple questions, and I do want to do just a moment of troubleshooting to make sure that we can get the panelists also to participate in that. If not, we might need to take the commission vote separately, but I'm working on that one.
This is Christy Costa, real quick, and I think just to clarify, I believe for Ms. McCoy, and she can chime in if I am incorrect, but If there are any public participants who have questions about the information that you were provided, this could be a time to ask clarifying questions. But otherwise, I think we were holding off on public comment until after WRT was done with their full presentation.
That's correct.
Okay, well, this is Commissioner Singh, and I have a clarifying question about actually map B, as in boy. I wanted to ask, so if that map is showing the walking distance, the population that lives within a walking distance, 1/2 mile walking distance, why is the area near Woodward Park shaded red?
Okay, just to update you, and I did hear your question. I'm closing the poll for right now so that we can work on that while we're taking questions, clarifying questions. And let's see, John, do you mind taking over responding to questions while I
think so. So Commissioner Singh asked about Woodward Park, and my I'm not sure exactly. So I think I would have to dig back into that data just a little bit more.
sorry, this is map B, if you're looking for map B.
Yeah. So Woodward Park is the the gray area there, and there are zones. And I think my answer is going to be that the regional parks were excluded because they don't typically offer the same local walking amenity, which a neighborhood park, community parks, those smaller parks would typically be providing for families and kids. Also certainly recognizing though that could that there are some amenities and availability of and benefit within a large regional park, but that those were excluded from counting in this factor.
So I just want to say that drastically changes the map right there, if that's true. I do want to ask if we can change the way this is going to go. I would like to hear public comment before we do the polls, just so we can get community input, and it's more of a discussion rather than having people vote and then we have a discussion and then folks are thinking, hey, I wish I wish I saw it that way before. Just to with this point that I made about Woodward Park, if that's the case, then I'm sure the community has a lot of input of their own that they saw that was over, that I did not see myself or other commissioners did not see themselves either. So if we could please change it to hear community input before we do the poll, that would be much appreciated.
And Madam Chair, this is the host of Raza. Before we do the poll, I also had asked a question about the percentile information. So would it be possible that that be explained, because that's part of the survey? And
it'll be the second half of the survey. Sorry, Commissioner Braza.
I'm sorry.
We'll explain it before we ask the question, certainly. There's a part 2 of the presentation, so that'll be sort of a separate poll question at the very end, just so you know.
Okay, so that would be explained before we vote on it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And I just wanted to, for the record, when I was at City Hall at the last meeting, I was not able to vote, and I still haven't voted, so I intend to vote. And I know that some commissioners have voted more than once, which I don't know if that's the plan. And I think Jen Gibbs said that was okay. So I think you're looking for trends, so maybe that's okay. But anyway, I'll just wait for when we get to the vote.
Thank you. City Clerk, how many hands do we have raised in the public?
We have currently 5.
If it's okay with WRT, can we take those comments, those questions before we launch the survey, and maybe in regards to the survey?
Now it's growing. We have about 9.
I think, yeah, let's take those questions, please.
Okay. All right, so the first speaker is going to be Lisa Flores. Lisa, you're on mute.
Good evening. I just want to make 2 points. When you're talking about the greatest need, I'm wondering, did WRT take into account the mapping from the AB 617 community steering committee that's out there that shows the communities of greatest need based on census tracts and such for air quality? Because I think that also plays a lot into the decision tonight. And second, I want to piggyback on the comment about Woodward. Woodward is a regional park, so is Roding, but they're very, very different. Woodward was there, the community came in around it, and they designed walkable communities that led them into access into that regional community. Whereas Roding, you have to cross railroad tracks, you have to cross, 2 intersections, you have to cross 4 lanes of traffic. It is a very different model than Woodward. And to have them equal and not to play into, also the development around there, it is really apples and oranges. And I think that the area around Woodward needs to change because it is not equal to the communities around Roding and in relationship to Roding and the Tower District. I think that's the problem with your mapping. And I would also like to see how does the footprint of AB 1617 overlays into your decision making. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next member of the public, please try to keep comments or questions 3 minutes, please.
Next is Mark Kepler.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just a little confused, I guess, by the whole exercise. It would seem to me that there probably already are empirical studies that best determine equity. And I'm just wondering, does it make sense to have a group make subjective assessments on how to define equity? If we're all aiming at the same target, shouldn't there be kind of an objective way to do this? I'm just wondering why we're doing it this way.
Thank you. Next is Sylvester Hall.
Mr. Hall, before you speak, can someone answer Mr. Kepler's question, please?
I almost can answer.
Sure, I can weigh in, and I think there was two questions. The first question was about AB, and I didn't catch the number. We're following the ordinance, and the ordinance describes these factors as the city of Fresno's definition of highest needs neighborhoods, and that's how this is proceeding as directed by the ordinance. And it's perhaps a similar response to the second question. Why are we doing it this way? The ordinance says that it's for commission and city council to make this decision. It also references community input, and this commission has elected to invite the public to weigh in, and the voting is the mechanism to allow community members to help us understand which of these factors are of greatest priority.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. You can proceed with your question.
Okay, can you hear me now? I'm okay? I'm here? Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank the commission for your work and your dedication and your sacrifice. I also want to thank WRT. I didn't do that first time out. In response even to Mr. Kepler's question, sir, we're in a new era. These empirical studies you referenced are not done by indigenous people. And we want to make sure that our indigenous people in these communities weigh in heavily on what is best in all our conditions of our people. Once again, this is a new era in America. Also, with respect to the survey that's being taken by WRT. I'm a statistician, and you guys are doing a great job, but I'm a little bit concerned. Say you have 75 audience members today. You had 5 audience members last time. I don't know how many people are on Zoom, but let's just presume you have a sample of 100 residents that you're going to use for this particular survey. What if all 75 of those folks are from North Fresno and they answer your survey in order to skew the vote or the data towards their particular communities that really don't indicate where these parks and these conditions really need to be addressed mostly? So what is your plan to deal with this low number of sample size? And then with that being said, do you even know your population? Thank you.
Okay, next we have Natasha.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I just actually have a question about the slides that you guys have been putting up. When the poll was first presented, the slide that was on the screen correlated with that question, which I understand why you guys have done that. But it's difficult to rank something when you don't see all of the equity items listed at one time. So I'm wondering if during the poll, if you can show all of the options so that we can best rank them, or at the very least, can you swap between the two during the poll so that we can see all of them at one time? Or can you show all of them on that list one more time so that we can screenshot it or something, just so that we have some reference point while we're going through the poll itself?
Thank you. Next we have Deep Singh.
I wanted to ask the question. So I know people are sort of asking general questions with regards to the process, and I appreciate a lot of sort of the comments being made. Will there be an opportunity for the public to actually weigh in terms of the maps that were presented, which ones that they think should be highlighted, and is that opportunity now, or should that be a little bit later?
Thank you. Next we have Baldeb.
Can we answer that last question that was asked?
Oh, sure. Yes, we are about to start the poll in which everyone can participate.
No, so I believe the question was, will the public be allowed to weigh in on what they believe is most important in terms of speaking in the meeting, not just the poll?
I defer to Commissioner McCoy and the commission for how you want to run your meeting and the time that you have this evening.
Maybe doing that right now might be the best bet if we're going to go to the poll next.
How many more hands do we have raised, City Clerk?
They're growing, so they're still growing, about 10.
Let's proceed with the poll. And then we can circle back to the questions.
If we're going to circle back to the questions, if the commission is amenable to this, it seems like we should do that before we complete the poll, because it might help the public determine how they would rank things. I'm worried that if we hold the questions until after the poll, that people will not have the opportunity. I mean, they might have their questions answered, which will help them rank these factors.
And if I may, in terms of equity, the fact that we've allowed some folks to speak prior to the poll and then are going to hold others until after, I would really recommend that we take all the questions now.
I support that we let the folks that are on the waiting.
Yes, I will go ahead and let the public continue with questions. I thought a couple of the questions were pertaining to the poll, but most of them were general comments. So let's just finish up with public comment and then we can launch the poll.
Thank you.
Baldeep Singh, you're unmute.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment about one of the maps that popped up. I believe it was map E. That map kind of like stood out and caught my attention because majority of the population on the west side of 99 were kids under 18. And then there's, from what I've known, there's only like 2 parks on the west side. So I don't think it's like kind of fair that there's only 2 and the rest of the Fresno has more parks. So it's like harder for the kids to travel. So I was just wondering if you guys could take map E into more consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have the Central Valley Urban Institute. You're unmute.
Yes, my name is Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. I think I'm just seeking clarity from WRT. I know that staff is asking which of the factors are of the greatest priority, but I'm troubled by the methodology relative to Commissioner Sink's question that he elevated to staff and staff's response, which was, if you're going to use that methodology around distance to green space to signify why it was red, then if that would have been the case, then the regional parks in other communities that are also in that map that are highlighted would have also been red, but they are not. And so I think with that error, I'm having trouble identifying items, A through E, and what they represent. And because there isn't clarity on what they represent, there's just a great deal of confusion, I think, to the public as we are to complete the survey that you're proposing to us.
Thank you. Next is, and forgive me, Tahander. You're on mute.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is TJ, and I'm a resident in the West Fresno. I believe there are too few parks in our region and not enough safe infrastructure like sidewalks over here. Parks are extremely important to me, and we should at least have them where they don't exist. For this reason, I suggest highly we weigh on map C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Baldev.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Baldev Burke. I just want to throw my weight around the option C, which is parks per 1,000 residents. And one of the things I also want to just echo is that we also should consider which direction the city is planning to expand. This commission is making decisions for that's going to impact for next 15, 20, 25, 30 years. I don't see in any of the current polls that being one of the consideration. However, having said that, I still want to say that the map C, which talks about number of residents and the availability of parks around them, should be considered. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Mann, Ray Ennen.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Prabjo, and I'm a resident in the Southwest Fresno, and I have been for about the past decade now. And we too have we don't have a lot of parks around our area, and I'm sure many people that live around this area can also agree. And this is something that me and my family take a lot of pride in, as we do like to use our recreational time going to the park, and as many do. So this is one of the reasons I highly suggest that we weigh in on map number C, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Z Zong. You're on mute. Yes, we can hear you.
Do we have a translator by chance?
We do have a translator. They'd have to select interpretation, or do you want me to select our translator on our side, Ms. Bing?
I could translate a little bit, but I'm not fluency on certain words that WRT is using, so.
Sure, I can translate. Is it going to be Hmong or Hmong?
Yes, Hmong.
Okay, if they want to go ahead and address.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Mr. or Mrs. Zong, you're on if you want to go ahead and address the community. They might have some speaker issues. I'm going to go ahead and go to the next. Gabriel Lozano. Oops. Gabriel Lozano. Gabriel? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Gabriel Lozano, you're on mute. Okay, let's go on to Samir Singh.
Hello, I'm Samir Singh. I just wanted to highlight maps K and J. They focus on potential life lost and composite mortality rate. I feel as though if these maps were chosen, it would decrease the years of potential life lost. Further, if parks were made in these areas highlighted on maps J and K, it would decrease the years of potential life lost by creating more areas for community members and people who are elderly to be active. And I do know on the west of the 99, there are very few public spaces that are safe, like parks, to be active. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jaspreet. Jaspreet, you're on mute. Jaspreet.
Let's move on.
Okay. Next, we have a couple more that have been Escamanor. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. You're on mute. Dollywall.
Hello, hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello, so my name is Akamar Dhaliwal. I suggest we weigh map H and C more heavily than others. because living west of and next to the 99, my family is put at a greater risk of pollution-related diseases with lack of parks around us. Thank you.
Michael Lynn Lewis?
Hi, I'm a little confused now. I thought the polls were to indicate needs, priority, to prioritize the needs of these different elements for these parks, and which park would be given attention or the highest priority for improvement, versus choosing a particular map. Am I on the right track, or am I missing something? Can somebody please clarify that for me? Thank you.
Next is Raj. You're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me? So I'm Raj, good afternoon. So this is regarding map H. I saw on the west side around box 95 by Barstone, that area is completely red, showing how the pollution is over there is much higher. It's one of the highest actually in that area, because there is like no parks around this area, and there's pretty much nothing around this area other than houses. And I also noticed, I walk every day. I walk my dog, my grandma walks, everybody walks in the family. And we have to use this like the sidewalks. And now there's the overpass being built, which interrupts the traffic in the neighborhood. Now I feel like it's gonna be it's gonna be less safe to walk around. It's gonna be more dangerous to walk around. And I feel like there needs to be like something to solve this problem. And I think like a park around this area would be great to redirect walking traffic away from the actual car traffic that we're now passing through these neighborhoods much more. Also, there's only a couple of sidewalks, and even those pretty dangerous. A lot of car crashes happen, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, before you call next participant in the public, I would like to answer Michael Lynn Lewis's question. There is going to be a poll on each map that's presented tonight, and we're going to select from the three choices: highest needs, equal needs, or less than. I can't remember the other option. And then WT is going to put the polling together and present that to us. So we're not voting on one particular map, we're just ranking each map.
Okay. Next is Ravi Singh.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Bobby Singh. I go by Bobby. I'm a resident of Fresno, California, and I live near the west side of 99 Highway. So similar to where Raj lives. And I can't stress enough of how bad we need parks in this region because of the immense amount of pollution allocated here. And like Baldeep said earlier, we only have 2 parks, which are spread apart and out of the way of most people. And most of the people that are going to the parks, I feel like we can all agree, are the youth, so under 18, and the elderly, because that's the only time and place where they can find like peace and enjoy themselves. And having parks that really far distances from each other and being like not really close to neighborhoods as well makes it really tough for people to get there and actually enjoy themselves. And for this reason, I would like to place a big emphasis on map number E. This proves to be significant because parks would be available where the percentage of residents under the age of 18 years, it's greater than 90 or 30%. And the residents over the age of 65, for them, it's greater than 20%. And with this map, if you were to look at it with this equity, children and the elderly are the people who use the parks the most, like I said, and this would be the most beneficial for them. And both of these groups would, in turn, be helped the most because they don't have to, like the youth won't have to rely on rides, and the elderly could walk there in peace instead of having to go really large distances. And with all these roadwork being built, they don't have to deal with all the traffic and all that, the cars going in and the danger of just getting hit while they're walking. So for this reason, I would like to place a big emphasis on map number E. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay. Next we have map D.
Hi, my name is Navdeep, and I also live in the northwest side of Fresno. I recommend prioritizing maps E, H, and J. And this is because the northwest side of Fresno, it's a multi-generational, the homes here, they're multi-generational families. So we see a lot of elderly and the youth walking on sidewalks, but like also playing in the streets in our neighborhood. There's no like really park around here where we can walk or the elderly can walk to within half a mile around my houses. And this is an area that's growing at a very fast pace with new construction of houses and roads, as other folks have mentioned as well. But because this area is also by 99, like right behind our neighborhood, we get so much pollution here, and yet we don't have as many trees as, let's say, like Woodward Park area does, right? We don't have trees here, we don't have parks here, which decreases the life of like the, the age, potential life, years of life, right? So, which is why I'm recommending E, H, and J as to be prioritized or to be weighed heavily when you're looking to, build new parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll try Gabriel Lozano again. Gabriel, you're unmute.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gabriel Lozano, and I'd like to say again hello to everyone. I didn't get to see the maps. I just joined in and just learned about these polls and so forth. But I like to stress that we need parks in Southeast Fresno for a couple of reasons. We have the same situations. We are the highest growth rate in Fresno. Southeast Fresno is 145, 75% Latino. What makes us different is that they built a freeway to encase us. The one along McKinley, we've always had 99. And it's again, there's lack of trees, lack of parks. You go from Peach to the freeway, the disposable income is around 20,000, which is the lowest. We like to say that our parks are not taken care of, but you can't take care of something that you don't have. Fresno Unified, it's 3 school districts: Fresno Unified, Clovis Unified, and Sanger Unified. 3 school districts that have high percentage of lunch bill kids on lunches. I don't know how you call it, but where they need help with the meals to be served every day. Also, the Asthma Coalition is rated Southeast Fresno because of the train tracks and Compass and lack of trees, highest asthma rates in Southeast Fresno. Kellen Virus Screen supports that. And again, we have Pilibos Park, but it's not taken care of, much like someone in the west side and south of Fresno. And I just would like to add that we had an event. People do want it. We walk around here also. We have not through streets. Our sidewalks are unkept. They're not themed. They're different. You go on Kings Canyon, Ventura, different sidewalks. So there's no tree canopies around here, lack of trees. And of course, you need trees for carbon consumption. One of the parks that Subsida is building is that it's going to have a high concentration of carbon. It's one of the biggest projects in the state of California. So all areas of Fresno need it, but I like to emphasize that at the map that shows Southeast Fresno. The other thing I like to do, we took so long to get Prop P passed. A lot of these surveys, we need to do it 3 or 4 months. This going a month and 2 weeks, 3 weeks, the next meeting, I think it's just too important of a decision to have that little time. It seems to me that a lot of people were recruited for certain parts of the city, and I just think that that's not fair. I think that it should be equitable and equality for everyone. And that's just my opinion. I can't prove it, but it seems to me like that's what's happening. I respectfully respect everybody's statements here, but again, I like to choose the maps that emphasize Southeast Fresno, that being the freeway, 41, all the way to Church and all the way to Temperance, and from McKinley on down, that we have no parks. Again, we are the largest area encompassed by the freeways and with 3 school districts. Thank you for giving me your time, and as always, have a great day. I appreciate all of you, even my peers. Bye.
Thank you. Next, we have Wendy. Wendy, there you go. You're on mute.
I thought we were speaking on existing parks and the highest need in that area, whereas the other slice of the pie, the next largest was 4 new parks. But what we were discussing is which existing parks we have now are in the highest need of repair or expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Navarro Cruz Pedro.
Hello, good evening to everybody. Thank you all for the commission for taking this role on. It's a very difficult one, as we can see. There's a lot of these maps. I found them really interesting, and it's really hard to really find the perfect map, really, because the needs for parks are everywhere. If there's one map that I would stress for everybody to strongly consider is map E. I feel that, especially with the youth in perspective, it's really important that we put them at the forefront. The cost of youth sports here in this country is very, very high, and that is excluding a lot of our lower income communities. So I would really ask for you all to put it stress highly the youth, because if we do invest in parks and programs for the youth in these areas where maybe there's a lot of working families, single parent families, etc., we can really turn things around in a highly, where our population is really high, and serve more people that way. So I really urge you all to support MAP-E, and thank you all for your work.
Hey, Clerk, can I say something before you call the next public comment? Again, I would like to stress that we are not selecting one particular map. We are ranking the maps from highest needs, equal to, and less than, or not, or something like that. So we're not just picking one map, we're ranking them, and then the poll is going to be presented. So just keep that in mind, please, when you're making your public comments. We're not selecting one map at all. Thank you.
And also, Chair McCoy, this last speaker is Gang Deep. I apologize again if I mispronounced your name. And then there's other speakers that are punching up to speak that have already spoken. So I'm not sure if you would like for me to give them a second chance, or
not at all. If they have already made public comment, we will proceed after this last public comment to the presentation and the poll.
Okay, thank you. Gang Deep.
Madam Chair.
Sir, you're unmuted. Can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Gagandeep, and then I'd like to bring attention to maps E and H. In map 8 or map E, you could see on the west of the 99, you could see the population like density for the youth and elderly near like the Grantland homes. It's higher over there, and I saw that in map H that the not the population, like the population density like that has diseases related to pollution, that's higher over there, and I was thinking that if there was a park over there, like that would be lowered, and all the kids, like I have family living over in that area, and all the kids, they play on the streets, and if they had a safe place to go to like a park, they wouldn't have to worry about any injuries or anything like that, and all the elderly would have a place to go outside. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Glenna. One second. Oh, it keeps asking me to promote. One second. Raven, do you mind unmuting Glenna? It's asking me to promote her to panelist. I'm sorry, Chair McCoy. It looks like I'm having technical difficulties on my end. And that is all for the speakers. They removed their hand.
Okay, WRT, you have the floor. You can launch the poll.
Great, thank you. And thank you everyone for your comments. It's really wonderful to hear so much passion for parks and advocates for parks and communities. And it's exactly why we're doing this good work. So I will proceed with the poll here. I'm gonna relaunch with the first map. One of the questions was to understand what we're comparing it to. So I wanted to also, and first let me share my screen so that you can see. I wanted to also go back to the overall list, just to emphasize also what Commissioner McCoy pointed out, that all of the factors and maps that we were looking at today will be part of the highest needs definition. All of them will be included. What we're asking for input on is to see if certain factors should be weighted with a higher percentage or lower percentage. So very interesting to hear a lot of the advocacy around individual aspects. Of course, we're not voting on specific parts or neighborhoods, but instead what the sort of factors related to public health, related to parks access, and what those mean and how they're part of the definition. So here they are again, A through K, and I'll now go through each of the factors and ask you to complete the poll that pops up on your screen. So relaunching the poll. So if you voted before we went to comment, please vote again.
Christina, I apologize for interrupting. I just got notice that Glenna is actually, I believe, hard of hearing, and so I need to promote her to panelist in order for us to obtain her public comment. Is that okay?
Sure, I will pause.
Yeah, if you don't mind removing thank you. Okay, so Glenna, if you can just hold on for 1 second, I will go ahead and promote you to panelist so that you are able to share your screen. Glenna. All right, Glenna.
What? I'm asking for Glenna to please move her camera down so I can see her hands.
I can see her hand, the interpreter's hands.
Oh, okay. Glenna, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, well, I was talking and then it got interrupted. But I've lived on different sides of Fresno, the west side, the southeast side, which is where I'm at now. And there's one park that I know of on the east side that are on this side that it's on Olive, but all they have is a couple of baseball fields. They have nothing else for, looks like for kids or for adults to go in. And we need another one over on this side of town. Because I do notice that kids want a big bounce in their basketballs and they have no way of playing basketball. You know, and other things for, you know, people. And, but I think that, you know, like I said earlier also that I could see the colors on the different maps that you guys were talking about, but I couldn't tell which one was which from the areas.
Thank you, Glenna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Okay, I will share my screen. And I will proceed to relaunch the poll. All right. So we have equity factor A, existing conditions of parks and facilities based on the needs assessment data and the master plan. And the question on your screen asks you to review the equity factor and let us know how you think it should be weighted. Should this be weighted higher than the other factors, equal to, or less than average? And again, asking everyone to vote, even if you voted in the past. This will be our collected data set.
Madam Chair, something that I don't know how we might be able to address. I brought it up at our last commissioner meeting. Notice the pink that you have in Southeast Fresno is showing that there are no parks. And I don't know, somehow along the way, I hope it gets balanced with other charts that look at other conditions, like maybe the lack of park space. But anyway, I just wanted to make that observation that applies to this particular map.
Thank you. WRT, is it a reason for that, or is it just that we're not able to see it because we're on Zoom?
So the map is showing the existing conditions, so we're not talking about maps that don't or parks that don't exist. But the other factors where we look at parks per thousand and the sort of access at walking distance do highlight those areas where there are no parks.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. That's a very good point. Map C actually will show number of acres per 1,000 residents, and it is true that you will see hopefully like a balancing map. Thank you for that clarification.
Gray areas indicate that there's no park there to be assessed for condition. So,
does that answer your question, Commissioner Barraza?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. So I will now be closing the poll or ending the poll and showing you the results.
If they decide to vote, there's paper for them, but there isn't anything that there's a form.
And with 56 folks participating, we had 54% voting for higher than average weighting of the equity factor A existing conditions. Great. Thank you, everyone. Moving now to equity factor B. I will launch the same question for you.
Are you voting on that paper?
Equity factor B, the proportion of the population that lives within walking distance to a park. Important, of course, because it's highlighting areas that don't have parks, highlighting areas where there are less than 20% of people that are within walking distance.
Christina, can I weigh in on two fronts? First, just being, there were some questions earlier about the regional parks, if they were included or not. And we have been able to dig through our data. They are included in this. And the issue that is highlighted is actually just lack of access. And if you zoom in and you look more closely, there are not connecting streets. And so it takes you half a mile actually to get out of your neighborhood there near Woodward Park and make it to that park. There's also another area that's red, right adjacent to Woodward Park, which doesn't have any streets or houses, but still shows up in the census tract mapping. So I do want to just emphasize, we went back, we reviewed it, it is correct. Second thing is the poll that pops up on your screen. You can move that around. So if you wanted to move it over so that you can look at the map, or move it over so you can read the text, you can do both of those things. Thanks.
Was there any maps where the regional parts were removed?
No.
So that was an incorrect statement?
So earlier I was trying to get a reasonable answer for Woodward Park that was asked, and but we've been able to confirm that all parks are counted.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you, John. And I will be closing the poll and showing you the result. And in this case, with 58 folks participating, it's pretty even distribution, with 38% voting for higher than, 29% equal to, and 33% less than average. Thank you for participating. I'll go now to equity factor C. In equity factor C, we're looking here at park acreage per 1,000 residents. And in this case, you can see that there are many parts of the city that are lacking in park space. It's an important factor here. The red shows areas that don't have parks, and the light pink show areas that have less than 0.8 park acres per 1,000 people, which is a common metric here. I'll just give folks a few more moments to respond. Thank you everyone for participating. Great. And I will now end the poll, show you the results. For equity factor C, we have fairly wide consensus, 73% voting for this to be weighted higher than average. Moving now to equity factor D. Equity factor D is looking at population density. In this case, this is important because denser residential areas of the city often have less access to private outdoor space, making public park access even more critical. And here we're looking at areas in red that have more than 9,000 folks per square mile, areas in pink have more than 7,000 folks per square mile in terms of density. And please let us know if you believe that this factor should be weighted higher than, equal to, or less than average when in comparison to the other factors. I'll close that in just a moment. Thank you everyone for participating. In this case, another three-way split, equity factor D, with 36% of folks voting for higher than, 34% equal to, and 30% less than average. equity factor E. And again, this one is a special one because we're looking at both youth and seniors. So I'll show you both maps while we're asking this question for equity factor E. Understanding that access to green space is important for mental well-being and overall health and cognitive development of children under the age of 18. And also an important factor, NE, is the concentration of seniors, adults age 65 and older. Again, important, green space is an important part of mental well-being and health as seniors age in place.
Christina, this factor includes both adult, seniors and youth, right?
Yes.
So those get merged together. So areas of orange for seniors and areas of youth, orange for youth, are combined within an outcome here.
Yeah, so all of those census tracts indicated on both maps will be considered as part of this variable. Great, and I will close the poll here. Great, and consensus around this factor being weighted higher than others, 74%.
I don't see it.
Oh, sorry. Now you should. So again, equity factor E, 74% voting for it to be weighted higher than the other factors. And thank you for voting, everyone. Equity factor F. We're looking at neighborhood safety. In this case, the data comes from the Fresno Police Department, and it's related to the number of crimes reported in 2020. You can see the distribution here across the city. And of course, this is an important part of the definition because neighborhoods with higher investment in public green space and activation tend to see more community cohesion. So in your opinion, should this factor be weighted higher than, equal to, or less than average in comparison to the others, in comparison to the other factors? I'll give just a moment. We don't have this one either yet. Oh, they're coming in now. And seems like it slowed down, so we'll close the poll. And share the results. Equity factor F has 41% equal to, 30% higher than, and 29% less than average. So pretty average response. Great. Equity factor G. Launching the poll now. Equity factor G is illustrating the neighborhoods of concentrated poverty. People with lower economic independence rely on public parks to fulfill their public health needs. This data comes from Kellen Dyer's screen, and you can see the distribution where the percentage of population considered to be in poverty is greater than 70%. I'll just give it one more moment. And closing the poll. 60% in agreement that concentrated poverty should be weighted higher than average.
Christina, it may be time to switch interpreters. I see Erin has her hand up.
Thank you. Oh, someone got it. Oh, is it? Am I switching to Erin? Okay, okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Big-
Now,
Big shout out to our interpreters. Way to go, everybody. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, launching equity factor H. This is looking at pollution burden. Urban green spaces have a natural ability to filter pollution from the air and reduce local air and ground temperature. The map illustrates areas where the pollution burden is greater than 80%, based on the definition provided by Cal Enviroscreen. And some of the categories included in that definition are on the screen, including areas of ozone concentration, areas where there are cleanup sites, groundwater threats, hazardous waste sites, solid waste sites and facilities, traffic density, etc. So this is about place.
Does this have a correlation to chronic respiratory illnesses?
Yes, but the data associated with asthma or other population effects is not included. This is specifically on sort of where the location of the pollution sources might be. So it's a slight sort of a nuance to the Cal Enviroscreen definition, but this is really focused on pollution burden sources. And it looks like we have all of our
You didn't
votes.
have a reason to make a comparison.
Oh, so the pollution burden definition was sort of specifically called out from Cal Enviroscreen. It's so we're using just the pollution burden in this case in combination with the other public health vectors that we're mapping or that are part of the equity map series, whereas the previous definition looked at Cal Enviroscreen, the overall definition, which included asthma and population effects. So this is a particular part of Cal Enviroscreen that was called out as part of the ordinance definition. Pollution burden.
I think what I was thinking about is more related to air quality. And I've seen your definitions where it says exposures, environmental effects, and this is more into toxic conditions in sites and different things. I think I see the difference there.
Okay, great. Yes, yeah, ozone concentrations, all those things certainly contribute to asthma, etc. Great. And we have a lot of consensus on this one, so I'll end the poll and share the results. This is important, so it'll be weighted higher than the others with 79% of votes in agreement. Okay, equity factor I, launching the poll. We're looking at preterm birth rates. And again, preterm birth and the next two public health data categories that are part of this equity factor series really focused on understanding the importance of areas that could benefit from public health improvements with green open space. So on this map, we're looking at the areas in red show locations where there are higher than average rates of preterm births. And I'll just wait one more moment for folks to cast their votes. Great, closing now. Go on more. Closing and sharing results. Equity factor I, 47% in agreement to weigh it less than average and compared to the other factors. Again, still considered, but weighted less. Equity factor J. Launching the poll. This is looking at years of potential life lost. The areas in red show areas where there are higher rates of premature mortality, defined as people dying before the age of 65. And I will wait just one more moment as votes continue to come in. Excellent. Closing now. And sharing results. 50% agree that it should be weighted higher than, 28% equal to, 22% less than average. All right. Our last equity factor map, K. Neighborhood composite mortality rate. So after reviewing the map, how should this equity factor be weighted? Higher than, equal to, or less than average? In this case, you can see the areas of Fresno that have a higher composite mortality rate in red. And I'll wait just one more moment. Almost done everybody, I think. Great. So I'm ending the poll, showing the results. For equity factor K, 39% voting for higher than average, 33% equal to, and 28% less than average. So thank you all for participating in the poll for the equity factor series. I'll stop sharing these and clear the screen. As we mentioned, we'll be taking the information that we collected from you all here today and putting it together to provide a sort of average ranking, and we'll show you how that impacts the map. So just to give you a sneak peek on this example, the subcommittee average, when we put all of the, well, I should say, so the first scenario, backing up just a second, the first scenario, this map shows you what it looks like when you combine A through K equally, all of the factors that we just looked at on the maps equally, and shows you how each of the neighborhoods compare across all of those factors in the same weight. And then the next map I'm about to show, and I'll flip through the two so you can see the difference. But if you watch the map here for a moment, the second map, scenario 2, shows that subcommittee average if you weigh those differently. So what we're going to do for our next meeting, November 1st, is we're going to come back and show you the results based on the survey that you just took of what the average looks like in terms of a map. And really appreciate everyone again participating and contributing to that. We have one more question for you that will help us provide some input, and I think will help part of the discussion next time as well. And that is, once we put this composite map together, looking at the different reading, once we do that, this is getting back to what John was asking about and what Commissioner Barraza was asking about, is for you to consider what percentile should make up the definition. So we've done all of the analysis, we've compiled the final map, and once we do that, should the map include only the top 10%, which is what you see in red, should be expanded to include the top 25%, both red and orange, top 33%, red, orange, and yellow, or the top 50%, which is red, orange, yellow, and this very pale green, not the darkest green, but the pale green here. And go ahead, John, I think you wanted to.
Yeah, just importantly that you're not voting based on the map that you're looking at on screen. This is an example based on the testing that we did with our subcommittee. So this is really just a vote in your gut. Should we be looking at what percentage of these areas of need should we be looking at? And the commission next week is going to be able to finalize this decision based on looking at the actual map and the actual results from tonight. So what we're asking for you right now is really just, what's your best feeling? And I think the commission will be able to use that next week. Thanks.
Great. So one last poll question, and I'll launch it now. What percentage of census tract should be considered highest needs? Top 50, top 33, top 25, or top 10%? And I'll wait just one more moment before we close the poll. Great. And closing now. So this one is a close one. It'll be good conversation amongst the commissioners. The majority of folks, 35%, voting for top 25%, with a close second, 31% voting for top 50. So again, thank you everyone for participating in the polls. We'll combine this with any of the in-person poll questions that were received and collect in chambers tonight. And then we'll put the maps together and the presentation results together, and we'll be back with you on November 1st. So I'll stop sharing this poll. and stop sharing my screen. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have anyone in the public with their hand raised?
We do. We have Michael Lynn Lewis.
Hi, thanks again for the workshop, and I'm really sorry I missed last week's workshop, but I had no idea this was going on. Can you please share those contact links for how to put your name back on a distribution? I mean, I've been working with this thing since, 2018 or whenever we started with the Parks Master Plan, and I really am very disappointed that I wasn't available or didn't know about last week's workshop. Thank you.
We're so glad to have you this week. And Christine, I think that was you. I think you had recited that email address.
Oh, yes. Well, for accessibility questions,
Parks.
but
I can weigh in on that. So for the distribution list, that's going to be the prac@fresno.gov. So that's PRAC@fresno.gov.
Thank you. City Clerk, anyone else?
Yes, we have Gabriel Lozano.
Hi, I like to be included in that. My email is glozano559, glozano559 @yahoo.com. And I'd just like to add that I'm not sure how much time we have to get ready, because I would have liked to build a healthy neighborhood in Southeast Fresno. I would have liked to have reached out to, some of the residents in Southeast Fresno about this, so that way we have more truer meanings of a poll for me. But I'd like to thank you for doing this. And again, like last week, I didn't know about that myself either. So I like to be very, very much part of this. I've been involved with parks since 2013. So it's something that's dear to my heart, is improving the green space in Southeast Fresno. I just like to be. I just think we have to improve the public's notice of all this. Of course, we're going to miss some of them, and I'll just take it as I missed it. But I like to be included in the rest of the meetings and stuff, and have enough time to recruit people to participate, not influence, but participate in their opinions or input. Thank you so much. As always, have a great evening, and I will hopefully have something to say next meeting. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano. City Clerk, anyone else?
Yes, last is Mr. Hall.
Once again, thank you to all the commissioners and the consultants and all the community participants. Can you guys be so kind to send us a copy of these PowerPoints to our emails? I received the email Zoom invitation. You have my email. Can you guys send us a copy of these PowerPoints? They're very important. And then also, I would like to know, what was the total number of participants in the survey tonight? So please answer those questions. Can you send me a copy of the PowerPoints, and how many people? Don't answer the questions, please.
great. Well, I can answer. The numbers ranged between 58 and 48, depending on the question. And then, of course, we'll have additional votes from those in person. So we'll have the final tally for you next time when we present the results. And then, Paul, do you want to respond about distribution?
I can respond to that. So I can send out the presentation that was given tonight to the same distribution list that was sent for the Zoom meeting. I would just like to reiterate that if you'd like to be added to that distribution list, to please email your contact information to prac@fresno.gov, and we'll get you added to that distribution list. Thank you.
PRAC, correct? PRAC,
Correct.
PRAC @Fresno.
Yep, thanks, John.
All right, thank you, WRT, for that presentation. And I will now close the hearing and bring the item back to the commission for discussion. Are there any commission members that have a question or comment? This item is not an action item and no vote by the commission will take place. That was loud. I'm sorry about that. Does any of the commission members have any questions for WRT?
Madam Chair, I have a comment, not a question. It is in relationship to several individuals who indicated that they did not know about last week's meeting, and they are here today. So that is what I want you all to know is we too had that concern, and hence for the last week have done a concerted effort and concerted push to get the information out to the community so that folks could be at this hearing. And the fact that you are present and giving us that information shows that at least we made some impact. And so, again, I want to acknowledge our commissioners and the city staff and WRT for the work in at least, I think we more than tripled, probably quadrupled the number of people who were here today. But we also have a commitment to do better as this commission continues to be ahead of the game. As someone asked, I think that was Mr. Lozano, to give folks plenty of notice as we move forward. And I again ask for your patience and your grace with this commission as we strive to do better by our communities.
Thank you, Dr. Apuda. Does any other commissioners have any questions or comments for WRT?
Madam Chair, I'd like to ditto the comments by Commissioner Pura. It's interesting, when we started our discussion at our last meeting, it was very challenging and it took a lot of give and take, but it happened, and it's quite a demonstration that when we target something, and it is true that the commission had a concern that we needed to have more public input, and today it was done, and hopefully it'll continue to expand. And I think I actually thank you, my fellow commissioners, and also WRT city staff, because we somehow made it happen. And I think something that I find interesting, as new people come in, some questions come up of things that were already explained, and that's okay. That's what we're here for, because I think it was well done by John Gibbs when he explained the 50% issue as it pertains to funding, that there is a requirement that 50% of the communities that are identified here that be what's called a weighted index that would allow those communities to get funded, or not automatically. It has to meet those requirements in order to be able to be part of that 50%. And I think that file is something very useful, that it has to be explained at every meeting, because people always want to know, why are we voting on maps? But it's not really the map itself, it's a combination of all the factors. So I just say again, thank you to staff and to WRT for all your help in making this happen.
I just wanted to chime in a little bit. I think what Dr. Apuda and Commissioner Barraza said is wonderful. And just kind of, going back to what Commissioner Barraza said, I feel like our goal is not only to just bring new people in, but to retain the folks who do come out for the first or second time, and have them grow with our commission. As we learn, they're also learning, and I think that this commission can become 100 times more powerful if folks also know what's going on. So with that said, I wanted to ask, are we, every time someone is coming in to one of our Zoom meetings, are we extending an invite to them once again when a new commission meeting is happening, like through the Zoom, because I know that Zoom does have that feature. So I just wanted to ask about that.
From my understanding, Commissioner Singh, that we are sharing it, any meeting that we're having, we're sharing it with our network and our residents and anyone who's interested in the Parks Commission and anyone who signs up through the Parks email listserv. But correct me, anyone on city staff, if I'm wrong.
So what I'm talking about specifically is when you register for the Zoom, I believe there's a way for us to, when someone signs up for one Zoom, they've essentially signed up to get notifications about any future Zoom registrations, or at least I've seen that previously. I'm not sure if we can do that too, but I do think it'd be effective in terms of reminding folks that, hey, there's a commission meeting happening on this day, make sure to come out or join the Zoom. If that's possible, I think that would do wonders. So we got 75 people here today, having all of them receive a notification about the next meeting and the next meeting after that would do wonders in terms of our engagement and the folks that we're able to reach.
Is that possible, city staff?
Commissioner Singh, this is Brianna, City Clerk's office. Maybe you and I can connect afterwards. I'm not entirely sure of that ability. Doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just means I'm not really too sure about it. So if we can connect afterwards, or maybe sometime tomorrow, I'll be able to give you guys a better response.
Thank you. Aldi, you chimed up. Do you have a response?
I was just going to say that the outreach we did for tonight's meeting is going to be the expectation going forward / improvement. So we will continue our outreach efforts for each meeting going forward.
Thank you. Any other commissions have any other questions for WRT or comments? Before we move on to the next item, I would just like to thank WRT, John Gibbs and his team for accommodating the commissioners on their request and for us being able to have more public comment into the highest needs survey. Like my favorite team, the Golden State Warriors, there's always strength in numbers, and we showed that tonight. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, commissioners and awesome community members bringing the passion. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a good night. The next item is 12B, ID number 2123641, actions related to improving operations and maintenance in parks and trails. Will the staff from the Parks Department please begin the hearing?
Good evening. Thank you, Chair. I'm TJ Miller, Director for Parks and Recreation. And we're requesting the Commission's recommendation to Council for approval of adding 41 permanent full-time parks positions to our current staff of 72 permanent staff for a total of 113. We've prepared a presentation this evening that provides a description of the staff our department is proposing to add, as well as illustrate the direction of the department is moving as a restructure to improve service to our community. Our position request and I'll go through the slides and then we can answer questions at the end if that's okay. Just raise your hand and then we'll address all the questions at the end. So the topics this evening, we're going to talk about the opportunity and goals, our current org structure, the reorganization objectives and actions, the future state org structure, interim position request, and financial summary. The opportunity. 1,428,900 Measure P funds are available for operations and staffing for the remainder of FY22. Parks is requesting 41 new positions as part of a comprehensive plan to reorganize into 4 geographically based operating areas. The goals of the new positions and our structured reorganization is to improve the quality of park services and amenities, increase access and quantity, improve safety, drive positive activity, focus on operations, align staffing to support operational goals, and maintain fiscal discipline. And it's all about the guest experience and improving that. As guests learn about park services through simple, accessible web resources and promotional materials like flyers, social media, maps, and so forth, feeds into streamlined guest support services supported by 311, that is our centralized call center operations at the city, and parks customer service staff, which results in guests arriving to clean parks with dedicated staff ready to help. A quick overview of our current organization structure. We have a director and an assistant director, and then 5 different divisions within the department. We have maintenance, which includes planned maintenance, custodial in the north, central, and south part of the city. We have community services that focus on special events, day camps for our youth, and operations at 16 of our centers, operating after-school programs, senior programs, science programs, and therapeutic recreation. The recreation division. Our recreation division manages our reservations of both our facilities and programs, youth sports, which includes the Spark program, which is in partnership with Fresno Unified School District, adult sports, primarily maintained at our regional sports complex, aquatics, action sports, which includes our bicycle and pedestrian safety, as well as our BMX facility and our other skate parks. Neighborhood safety and community engagement. This is the new program that was added in fiscal 21. I apologize, fiscal 20. This is the once division. We have, or in partnership, we have 2 major grants that fund this program, and we're in partnership with dozens of community business organizations and partners to help those individuals that are in the higher needs areas. Administration is our 5th division, and that includes our business and finance department, grants administration, projects, contracts, personnel, and our park attendant program, which we have piloted. And this new request of 41 positions will move it from a pilot program into an actual service. To outline our current staff in our maintenance, we have a parks manager, senior admin clerk, park supervisor 2s, 3 park supervisor 1s, 6 lead workers, 2 laborers, and 27 temporary employees. We have 1 park maintenance with an electrician, 2 laborers, 2 light equipment operators, 2 lead workers, and 2 park maintenance workers, and 1 temporary employee. Community services made up of a recreation manager, 4 community recreation supervisors, 2 community coordinators, 7 recreation specialists, and 127 temporary employees. This staff currently is providing services at 16 centers, 16 after-school sites, and 10 senior program sites. Our recreation division is made up of 1 recreation manager, 4 community service supervisors, 5 recreation specialists, 2 recreation assistants, and 103 temporary employees. This division is providing services citywide for reservations, youth and adult sports, action sports, aquatics, and Spark. Neighborhood safety and community engagement is made up of a community coordinator, a staff assistant, and a senior admin clerk. In administration, we have a business manager, a principal account clerk, 2 senior account clerks, and 1 temporary employee, a business manager for grants and reports, 1 project administrator with 2 temporary employees, 1 senior management analyst, 1 personnel manager with a staff assistant and 2 temporary employees, and 1 community service supervisor with 48 temporary employees. And that individual is currently overseeing the park attendant program. So currently there are 305 temporary employees, which represents 80% of all direct service hours. To go into the reorganization that is currently underway and will demonstrate the capacity that we are creating in parks to be not only scalable for additional staffing, but also realigned so that you can have the comfort that the additional positions will be put into place to match the objectives as well as the demand of our community. We're moving to an area-based management. The number one objective is to establish a single point of ownership and accountability for area-based activities. Currently, a parks manager over maintenance, a recreation manager over centers, and a recreation manager over recreation activities. The move that we're undergoing as we speak is operation managers. You'll see by the end of this presentation, we're requesting to have a total of 5. We already have 3 positions, we're requesting 2 additional. Operations manager would be responsible for providing everything within an area of the city, including every center, every park, every splash pad, every service in that designated area to ensure that all guests get the fullest experience that we all expect. Parks operations managers will be responsible for all aspects of guest experience within their defined geographical areas and oversee all staff assigned to that area. Service delivery, custodial, coordinating with other departments for maintenance and special projects, preparing proposals to meet the unique needs of the area.
DJ, our Spanish interpreter, has their hand raised.
Okay.
Is there a question? Okay, I guess they put it down. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, no, that's okay. The objective of our area-based services is to decrease the response time and target guest services to meet the community needs. Our overall goal with this entire process of requesting additional positions and moving to this model is to increase our presence in the parks and the centers and to match the demand of the community. We're going to establish, and we actually already have established, 4 areas plus the regional parks oversight. We divided the city into 4 areas, each with a dedicated operations manager and a 5th operations manager over our regional parks. Custodial staff and all program staff report to operational managers as we move through this reorganization. Another element that we're introducing is program management, with the objective of maintaining and improving program effectiveness. Our action item on this is to establish program managers to develop programs and coordinate delivery. Program managers develop programs and establish community relationships, coordinate with operation managers who deliver direct service to the public. We've identified initially 3 program areas: sports, which includes youth sports, adult sports, aquatics, active sports, and active recreation. Seniors, which will initially be based out of the Link Senior Center program, which they will be responsible for coordinating all senior programming at centers and partner facilities. Neighborhood safety and community engagement, driving at-risk youth into positive parks program activities and partner agency activities. The importance of the 3 program areas are that they are going to be servicing the city at large. The entire city will be receiving the same intensity of programming, and the program managers will ensure that that service is delivered. This will allow for direct service staffing. The objective to improve continuity and quality of all direct services. Our action item on this is to establish a permanent recreation specialist at all centers and a permanent community recreation assistant positions to provide ongoing services at centers and high activity parks. Our current model has 6 permanent recreation specialists over 17 centers. and 250 temporary employees providing direct service at parks and centers. With our new model, we'll be able to have 18 permanent recreation specialists over existing centers, plus the new senior center, the Link. 84 community recreation assistants, 3 at each of our 18 centers, and 10 high-activity parks. And temporary employees will fill seasonal and temporary assignments. We still will have the need to have temporary employees, just more opportunities for permanent careers for our staff. This new model will allow for our centers to be open 7 days a week. Currently, they're open Monday through Friday, and they're typically open from 9 a.m. until 1, and then open back up at 3 o'clock for after-school activities and programming. Our goal is to have our centers open 7 days a week from morning till evening and beyond, depending on the demand of the community and the activities.
TJ, I think it's time for us to switch our interpreter to Aaron.
Okay. Let me know when to proceed.
You can proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Support teams. Our objective for support teams is to efficiently administer and communicate all activities. We recognize the need to establish a customer service team, operations response team, and increase the capacity of administration. Our operations response team will be responsible for deploying to set up events, sporting fields, and respond to routine maintenance requests. They'll be more involved in maintenance requests that are submitted to Public Works and reassign existing positions and add 1 painter and 1 electrician. Currently, we have 1 electrician to support our park system, and this is to handle our minor electrical needs. Anything that is more complex or creates a capital project, or say it's a long-term fix, we do partner with Public Works, and we'll either use their electrician team or we'll send that work out. But this, we would like to add an electrician and have a painter for the entire city, and the painter would be responsible for updating on a regular basis all the minor painting jobs, so that when you show up to a park or one of our facilities, it looks freshly painted and easier to maintain as we move forward. Our customer service team is part of the operations response team. They'll manage and communicate all reservations, signups, and general inquiries. Work closely with our community outreach specialist and 311. Administration. We'd like to add 1 GIS specialist and 1 community outreach specialist to map and communicate parks activities internally and to the public. 1 management analyst, 2 to support all personnel functions for temporary and seasonal employees, and 1 community coordinator for seasonal employment opportunities, including youth summer jobs. The future state of area operations. So this particular slide, we have identified the 4 areas plus the regional parks, and identified in a circle in the corner an operations manager for each of these areas, which stated below or before that they would be responsible for everything that occurs in that area that they're assigned. Area staff would include an operations manager, 3 community service and recreation supervisors, 1 park maintenance lead worker, 2 property maintenance workers, 1 recreation specialist per center, 3 community recreation assistants per center, and 3 community recreation assistants for each high activity park, 6 to 9 per area. The regional staff would include 1 operations manager for all regional parks, 1 park supervisor for each of the regional parks, a park maintenance lead worker, a laborer, 3 community recreation assistants dedicated to Shins and Garden. The committed teams for each area and regional parks would be an operation manager responsible for guest experience in each area. The area staff delivers all services and routine maintenance. The total permanent area staff equate to 143. The future state support teams. We have a matrix grid where we have overlaid over the areas that we've defined, area A through D and the regionals, our support teams that were discussed earlier, and how this slide demonstrates how each of these support teams touch and support every one of the areas. That includes administration, the operations response team / customer service, sports programs, senior connection, neighborhood safety, and community engagement. So this slide is primarily designed to illustrate the support and the infrastructure on how everything is connected. The administration and program support teams, one program manager each over sports, senior connection, and the once division. Operations team deploys for field preparation, event setup, etc. Customer service team manages all reservations and outreach. And this is a total of 46 permanent support positions. This slide represents a future goal. We are not requesting all of these positions all at this time. There will be a future request, but this just is to illustrate the increased positions that we would be requesting as we grow and move through the program. The main difference between the slide is the total of these positions equate to 109 total permanent positions. And at this point, we're requesting 41 to make a total of 113. So we have a few phases to move through before we can hit this future state. This slide illustrates our current PCNs, which stands for position control number. Every permanent employee has a unique position control number, and each classification is assigned a position control number. So at this moment in time, you can see that we have in the yellow that demonstrates how many positions that we currently have, and in the white is how many positions that we strive to have. In Area A, 9 of 32, Area B, 8 of 31, Area C, 8 of 32, Area D, 8 of 31, and the regionals, 9 of 12. Continuing on the matrix of the support teams, we currently have 6 of 9 in administration, 8 of 10 in operations response team, 0 of 5 in the sports program management, 1 of 6 in the senior connection, and 2 of 3 in the once division. We have a total of 72 permanent positions. Our next points of action are to revise and retitle 2 of our recreation managers. This is already in progress. Convert a park supervisor 2 to a parks manager to operations managers. That will get us the 3 management positions, and along with the 2 that we're requesting. Convert a community coordinator for the once division to program manager. Reassign various positions. Focusing on the interim position request. For each area, you can see the requests are growing in the yellow from the previous slide. Example, Area A, this would bring us to 17 of the desired 32, 16 of the 31 for Area B and D, 16 of 32 for Area C, and 9 of 12 for the regionals. Administration would be 8 of the 9 desired, 8 of 10 for the operations response team, 0 of 5 for the sports program, 2 of 6 for senior connection, and the 3 permanents for the once division. The Measure P funding request that we're currently requesting recommendation for is for 1 operations manager, 7 recreation specialists, 26 community recreation assistants, 1 community outreach specialist, 1 GIS specialist, 2 community coordinators, 1 management analyst 2, and 2 program manager for the sports programs and senior connection. The interim request phase 1 will result in 5 operations managers over the 4 areas plus regional parks. Establishment of the operations response team and customer service team, program coordination and staffing for senior connection, sports programs, neighborhood safety and community engagement, permanent staff at every center and high activity park, 1 recreation specialist for every center, 1 community recreation assistant supporting direct service at every center, 1 community rec assistant supporting direct service at 10 park locations without a community center, and administrative support for GIS, community outreach, seasonal and youth employment. In financial summary with the interim request, the staffing cost is $1.2446 million. The technology is $164,100. Supplies and ancillary costs total $20,200 for a total of $1,428,900. The funding would come from bucket 1, category 1 of Measure P, $905,300, and category 3, $523,600. These buckets, as a reminder, bucket 1 is for maintenance of existing parks, and category 3 is services to our youth and senior population. Total funding for $1,428,900. The timeline and next steps this evening is seeking the PRAC recommendation to add these 41 positions. Thursday, we're taking this item to our city council. We would be recruiting for these positions between the months of November and December. In January 21 would be the goal to have the new positions filled. Before I open it up for any questions, I just wanted to verbally illustrate what this type of a move can make. This is going to be an impact. This is that impact moment of seeing those Measure P dollars at work. The projects that we all have in the queue, we have over 150 projects in the queue right now that Parks is working on. And I don't know the exact count of how many we have identified as Measure P, but those are the projects that I bring to you periodically with updates. Those projects are great enhancement to our overall city park structure. But these positions will allow us to have a greater presence in our parks, and not just a presence for 3 or 4 hours for temporary staffing. This would be long hours of presence that matches our community demand. So hitting those weekends, after school, early morning for the seniors. Envision a park, for example, Pillowbows Park. Staff would arrive, unlock the gates, unlock the restroom, make sure everything's picked up, walk the perimeter of the park, identify any safety concerns or any needs or anything that needs attention. Call on the response team for assistance, let the operations manager know if there's something that needs to be addressed immediately, put items into Fresno if they notice the sprinkler valve is defective, and then envision that same person after they make their rounds getting set up for a senior group to come in for a walk around the perimeter of the park, or senior yoga, or some other type of outdoor activity. And then that individual would take their lunch break, come back, and be ready for the after school kids to come to the park for after school programming. So it's kind of pivoting the model, mimicking what some of the things we do in our community centers, bringing them to 10 high activity parks. As soon as we get a handle on making certain that we are matching our presence with the community and that we are there in our parks, our high activity parks, and we're addressing each of those and probably modifying hours, taking care to make sure that we are really hitting our targets, then I envision that we would be making goals to create high activity parks out of parks that are currently not seeing a lot of activity. So the main goal here is replacing positive activity, making sure that when you go to a park, there's positive things happening, and that will mitigate the negative activity in our parks. And I will open this up for questions.
Thank you, TJ. I have a couple of questions. Can I go first, Commissioner Barraza?
Certainly.
Thank you. TJ, when is the new Parks Director going to be hired, or when is it going to be announced, if it has been a decision made?
I believe there will be an announcement within the next 7 days.
And when is a review of the budget coming up? City budget? Do you know? Or city staff, can you help me out?
Are you speaking of the mid-year review?
Yes.
There is a mid-year review that typically takes place in December and January.
Okay, so my question is that all the restructuring that's going on in the Parks Department, when you think that the new Parks Director will have a weigh-in on that or will have a say-so on that? That's question one. Question two, I understand that we have Measure P now, but the city does have a responsibility to hire new staff and create these positions in the Parks Department that you're asking for. And Measure P wasn't created for that. I mean, I understand that we do have parts of that in the measure, but where does the responsibility of the city? And if this was done prior to this, Measure P wouldn't be here, and we would have positive energy and positive recreational activities going on in our park. That's all I have right now.
So I can speak to your question is in terms of the new director. Yes, they'd be able to weigh in on this. This is a kind of an infrastructure of the reorganization, moving to the areas that is underway. And if there were some modifications in what the areas look like, absolutely. And I think that there's going to be a constant modification, because that's how you set your time frame in terms of implement something, do a 6-month check-in, do we need to make a modification? So that individual, the new director, would be working directly with the city manager, as we did through this process.
Thank you. Commissioner Barraza, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of feel very positive about what's being proposed today. I think it's a good start. I'm glad that the city staff has been really, I feel, moving very fast to start complementing or filling the vacuums in the area of staffing. We know that the need is certainly there. There are 2 areas where I have a great concern based on the feedback I get from the public. And actually, there are probably 3 areas. One is public safety in the parks. The other one is the presence of the homeless population. It doesn't go away. It has taken over some parks that families will not visit. And third, in the classifications that are being proposed to be added, I didn't see a category called park ranger. But are we going to deal with safety and the issues of the homeless? And I don't know what the strategy is. I thought that the park rangers would be used in some capacity in some places. I think having the presence of staff at parks, it's a significant improvement. And I think that's very good. But I don't sense a real, and maybe the next presentation, the other item that's coming up, maybe that's going to be covered, but I don't see a public safety strategy. And could you please tell me how will make families feel more comfortable about visiting the parks? Parks that frequently are very dirty with, the worst you can think. So I don't mean to be, I think it's important in order to know what we're going to improve, we have to have a strategy. And I don't sense a strategy.
There is a strategy, and this is just one part of the strategy, because it is a multi-pronged approach. You will see in the next presentation the maintenance being addressed with the parks, with Public Works. In terms of the public safety and the park rangers, that is something that we are going to be working with your commission to identify what is the expectation of the park ranger, because we have had many discussions internally in terms of there are lots of ways that can be done. It can be done either engaging with the police cadets, community service officers, a separate entity. There's a lot of different factors, and you most likely will need to be part of those decisions and part of that discussion to identify, because it's mentioned in the Measure P, park rangers, but not with specificity. So this part of this request is going to address, I'm just going to say primarily the activity, replacing negative activity with positive activity. In the next presentation, you'll see the maintenance addressed. And then I think another approach is going to be the park ranger. Does it look like something where the park attendant hands off to a park ranger when the sun goes down? Or is the park ranger part of the park attendant program? I think there's more discussion, but this is something that we can attack right away. We have done a pilot program in several parks, and it's working very well. So we just want to kind of extrapolate that out to our high activity parks.
Sorry to interrupt. This is Erin, one of the sign language interpreters. I'm not sure if we have any deaf attendees on right now. And also we were told that the meeting was going to conclude at 8:30. Can we double check if it's okay for the sign language interpreters to sign off?
Brianna, I don't recall giving the time limit, but it would be up to the chair and the commissioners, I suppose.
I don't think that it would be a good idea for the ASL interpreters or any of the other languages that are being provided to sign off right now. We have the understanding that sometimes our meetings do go longer than what is stated on the agenda. So if we still have members of the public that needs those services, I feel that they should stay on.
This is Kate speaking as the other sign language interpreter. Erin's completely right that we were booked until 8:30. If you want to take off, I will continue until the end of the meeting. I've already informed the agency, just so you know.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any of the other commissioners have any questions regarding the presentation that was just given by TJ?
Chair McCoy, this is Commissioner Parks. I'm sorry, I can't see all of the commissioners on the screen, so I don't mean to overstep anybody. I have a quick process question. So on this last slide about timeline and next steps, as I was reviewing this today, I saw that this item is coming to the City Council this Thursday. And I'm a little bit confused because for the last few meetings, as we've been talking about bringing the highest needs neighborhood assessment to the council, we've gone over and over that there is a process to go through that takes, several weeks for things to come from the commission to the council. So I'm a little bit confused how we can make a recommendation when this item is already on the council agenda this week, and it seems different to me than what we've been discussing for the last few weeks.
So the request that we've presented, this is a portion, this is a PowerPoint that we've designed to illustrate what our request is. Our staff report and our materials have been presented to council for the meeting well in advance. The recommendation from the commission will be articulated at the time that we present to council. And it is instead of being on the consent agenda, it is on general admin so that we can add your recommendation or comments thereof.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners before I go out to the public? I forgot to go out to the public. I apologize. All right, City Clerk, is there any, excuse me?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, why is this item, just as an example, different in the format and process with which it's going to council in comparison, for example, to the highest needs neighborhood? This is just feeling a lot like what happened earlier this summer with the WRT contract and the budget hearings. It just feels like it's coming to us just days before it's supposed to go to council. Is there like what is the sense of urgency for making this recommendation right now? It's not that I'm in opposition to increasing the staffing. I think this is the right direction. I'm just wanting to make sure that the process is right.
I can appreciate that. There's the sense of urgency would be so that we can get our staff hired and start making an impact in the parks. That's our greatest sense of urgency.
And I'll chime in here just a little bit, just for timeline perspective. When we were talking about timelines, we're talking about city staff and city attorney internal review and times to be able to upload things to, I think, Granicus now for city council. However, we have a little more leeway when it comes to bringing it to the commission for their recommendations, because those can be provided verbally at the time of the city council meeting or even prior through like a tray memo or something. So it's a little bit different timeline. We're really talking about timelines taking it to city council from city staff recommendations.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Parks, do you have any follow-up questions?
The one other thing I was curious about is in the presentation, which was very thorough and much appreciated, it's the different areas are just outlined as area A, B, C, and D. Have they been identified yet? Is there any additional information that could be provided about kind of what that geography looks like? If it's
They have been cursorily identified. So staff, we have worked very hard to identify areas that were very like in terms of the needs of staffing and set our staff up for success. So there's not one area that's overloaded by a certain or particular type of park, because we do have pocket parks, neighborhood parks, community parks. We have centers. We have centers of varying size. And so we really had to be strategic to ensure that there wasn't one operations manager that was going to be responsible for a whole host of high activity areas, because that would not put them in a position to deliver the same degree of services to our community. And that's what the point of this is to how do we make sure we're maximizing efficiency with our staff and delivering to every single person in our community the same type of service, regardless of which area you go into. So they have been, like I said, cursorily developed. They do not match the policing districts. They do not match the fire districts. They are set up to maximize operational efficiency in parks. And they are areas that may be modified, they may be moved, but that's something that will, once it's put into place, that will be when you can tell, did we get this right? Do we need to move a boundary line?
Thank you. Any other questions from any of the commissioners before I go out to the public? Dr. Apuda, I see your hand up.
Yes, I have a question. I have a comment. Having done activities in the parks, had a program in one of the parks for over a year, and worked with another park, and the disparity in terms of staffing. I think this is a very good plan, a very good plan. I think people give a different level of excellence when it is a career, a full-time permanent position. And the way that you are assigning responsibilities and leadership over particular areas. I think Yeah, I understand the questions about our process, which we, as a commission, are continuing to work on. But this basic design and you all's vision for this, I applaud you.
I appreciate that. And you said a key point that I've been making as I've been giving this presentation. This is an opportunity. We're creating careers, ownership, and sense of pride in our entire community. And this is going to be the game changer. This will be felt, and it's scalable. That's the beauty of this. It is scalable. As we grow and as more projects and more parks and more amenities come online, if we have to add another area, you just mimic the staffing in the areas, and we've got our formula. So we've done a lot of work over the past 3 months to get this to a state where future growth will be much easier going forward, because we know what formula. We know to attend a park and have a park attendant there in that program. We know what the staffing is. It's not a matter of, well, what will we need? We know, and we know we'll be able to identify the staffing costs. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Do any of the other commissioners have a question before I go out to the public? All right, City Clerk, do we have anyone in the public wanting to make a comment?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores. Hi, Kimberly. I know it's late, so I'm going to make it fast. First, I would like to see the map and the division of how you're going to divide the resources over Fresno to make sure that it's equitable and that, you know, North Fresno isn't saturated with all the staff, with all their parks getting taken care of, and South Fresno gets basically an overworked staff. So I'm really interested in seeing that. And also, too, when you talk about permanent employees that get benefits, I see a lot of promotions and a lot of heavy staffing, manager staffing, growth in this plan. And I see a lot of lower level jobs of people that will be actually interacting in the parks as temporary, not permanent, no benefit workers. And I have a problem with that, because I like to see my park attendants, the people I interact with, whether they're maintenance or not, actually have benefits. The third thing is also, too, where in your whole scheme is there the arborist that is desperately needed? You need a dedicated arborist for the parks, and you don't have one in your structure. The fourth and final thing is the budget. Yes, there's a big pool of money coming fast in Measure P. However, a certain percentage of your staff growth should actually be coming out of the general fund. If the city can put 51% of the general fund into the police department, they can at least meet Measure P 50%, and maybe throw in some benefits for these part-time, intermittent, temporary, the folks that work for you seasonal, and make sure that they have some benefits. Because as you want to do what's right for the community's going to want to do right by the workers.
Thank you, Lisa. We have one member of the community, Dr. Brandon Taylor, who is actually in the chambers, who wishes to speak. Dr. Taylor?
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of the commission here. So Dr. Brandon Taylor, I am a faculty member in the Recreation Administration Department at Fresno State. I coordinate our community recreation, youth development, and senior services option. I am extremely ecstatic about this type of move from the city. Programming has been a need for quite a while. I think I've also mentioned in the past, I'm a former employee of the city as well in the Parks Department. And it's been quite a while since this type of programming endeavor has been taken. So I want to commend the Parks Director, the department as well. I fully support, and I'm sure our department on campus would fully support this opportunity that the city is pushing forward. We'd be there to assist in whatever way possible that we can, whether it's program development, which we have a course that focuses on how to put programming together, whether it's opportunities to work with those folks who are just coming into the field as first timers. Obviously, it'd be great if they then transitioned into our program and then look to become full-time employees at some point. I think it's a great way also for equitable, the way that TJ and staff have structured this to provide equitable service to the community. Assuming those 5 areas are some of the larger community centers that are out there, the opportunity to program specifically for those communities that those centers are listed in, not necessarily replicating program from one city, or excuse me, from one center to the next. So any opportunity that we can provide, any surveying that may be needed within the community that you're going to be serving. And then if you need, some mention was safety in the parks. LA County Parks has their Parks After Dark program. And just a couple of stats from that program specifically. And I don't know the duration of when these stats were taken, so how long the program was up and running, but a 32% reduction in crime of those parks that were activated, and also a 97% increase in resident safety coming from the residents. So I think to the point of the crime that's taking place, the more that a park is activated and is utilized, the better the crime rate in that area, rather than having a blighted park or a park that no one's in. So really looking forward to partnering with the city in any way that we can, and look forward to connecting with TJ as this moves forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all of our speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion to recommend to the City Council adoption of the annual appropriations as presented?
I'd like to say something. This is Commissioner Cummings. Can we listen to the Public Works, that particular amendment before we vote?
I believe Public Works is on here for a different,
Well, the problem is there's an interrelationship.
Yes.
Parks, and so that's what I'm actually waiting for, is either I can just make comments in advance of their presentation, or we can
I
listen
would
to their
support Commissioner Cummings waiting to hear the other presentation. There were issues of maintenance, there were issues of public safety, that I'd like to hear what Public Works has to say before we vote on both items.
Christy?
Yeah, they can hear it before making a motion. We just broke them apart because they were brought as 2 separate things, but you can combine them or you can separate them as you wish.
All right, it seems like my commissioners would like to combine them, so we will combine them.
And I'd like to add that it wasn't my intention to have to combine them, but what I wanted was the information, so that yeah.
Yes, so going forward, once Public Works presents, you can make a motion separately. So you can make a motion on the Parks Department presentation and the Public Works presentation separately, or you could make one big motion to recommend all of it, or part of it, however you choose going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before Mr. Moser makes his presentation, there was a comment made about the participation of the general fund in this process. I remember during the budget hearings, there was $4 million that were added to the parks budget. Could you give us and this is directed to TJ Miller, could you give us an update as to how is the general fund participating in the funding of parks, just to get an update?
In terms of the 4 million, is that what you're speaking of, Commissioner Barraza?
Yes, and also, has there been any additional funding added from the general fund, or has that remained Well, how much general fund money is there in the parks right now, for example?
So I would have to rely on Dari. She is our business manager, and I don't know that she's at a panelist of our total dollars, but I can speak to the 4 million that was identified in the during the budget process. There was actually more than $4 million worth of motions made, and some of those were identified as, you know, identify funding for those. So we are currently wrapping up that process in terms of identifying each of those motions and if we're going to be using the 4 million. So I can tell you that that 4 million will be used from the general fund on the Parks Department. I just can't tell you exactly which of the elements are going to be tapped into and which ones would need to perhaps be rediscussed in terms, is there another funding source?
And TJ, a follow-up question to that. Can you tell us if there were any positions that were going to be allocated out of the 4 million? Like new positions, created new positions?
There was no no new positions out of the 4 million. That was all one-time funding.
So all the positions that are being presented tonight to us is coming out of Measure P funding, correct? City is not putting any funding towards these positions.
Towards these positions, no, they're not. The 4 million in the budget are going towards, there's some items for acquisition of park property. There's a motion for playgrounds. There's a lot of different elements, and it's something that if you want to agendize that for a future, we can have more information. I just do not have all that at my fingertips.
It would, yes, please, because that would have been helpful, I believe, for the commissioners to help make their decision on to send this to council on Thursday, or just to have some type of knowledge of what is being spent out of the park budget right now, since all of these positions are being asked out of the Measure P funding. I still believe that the city has an obligation to the residents to still provide funding to the Parks Department and to staff it. It shouldn't just all come out of Measure P.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. This is Dari Balamsi with the Parks Department. I can speak on the amount of the fiscal year 22 budget that is from the general fund. We have a total budget of 58.1 million. 23.1, which is about 40%, is from the general fund.
This is Francine Kane. I wanted to add something too, is that what we need to consider too is that the Measure P buckets do have an administrative portion or percentage that is to be spent on staffing, and that to implement what Measure P anticipates will require additional staff. The current staff is not able to increase programming or increase hours in the park. You know, they're doing only what we can do at this point. So to move forward and implement Measure P programs, you will need additional staff.
I agree, Francine. I'm just simply stating that the city still has an obligation to hire new staff for parks, and it shouldn't still come out of all Measure P money. That's what I'm saying. And I do understand that there is portions in Measure P that is written for that, but the city still has to do their part.
Oh, absolutely. The city is currently under general fund paying for, I believe it's 72 full-time staff employees and 350 part-time.
So is there any other questions pertaining to this presentation? If not, we will go ahead and let Scott give us his presentation.
All right, good evening, commissioners. Good to be with you. My administrative manager, Yvonne Diaz, is going to screen share as we start the presentation. And these two items really do go hand in hand. And Yvonne, are you able to put that in the slideshow view? That way we get a full screen. Perfect, perfect. So Public Works is very involved in landscape maintenance. We handle that citywide, and we'll go through with these slides the photos before you there. One is JSK Park, just showing what's unfortunately all too common turf conditions in parks around the city with irrigation issues. And then trails, which we have a growing network of trails. Yvonne, if you can go next slide. So a little bit about Public Works. You're familiar with a lot of things that we do. We have 10 divisions overall. We really work for every other department in the city. We're focused on building a better Fresno. We have multiple locations in City Hall, our administrative staff, also engineering and traffic that many of you are familiar with. We have a large operation at the Municipal Services Center, landscape, street maintenance, or traffic signals and street lights, the facilities management team, Sustainable Fresno, and graffiti was a new addition for us this year. Also, we share a site at Woodward Park. Our north operations for landscape maintenance are co-located with the Parks team at that site, and we have our construction management office in downtown. So all in all, 396 full-time positions. As I mentioned, we provide services to all departments in the city on projects, including a large portfolio of park projects in the design and construction phases. But maybe what we don't talk enough about is 92 of those 396, 23% total are in landscape maintenance. So it's a very significant part of our operation and mission. And this recommended action would add 13 positions in our landscape division. The funding sources for those are $905,000 for park maintenance, and that's Measure P, Bucket 1 for existing park operations and maintenance, and then $901,900 for trail maintenance, and that's from the 5th category, the safe walking and biking trails. We can go next slide. So that's just an organizational chart picture. That's a graphic view of what we just talked about. Lots of different programs and sub-programs, but we're really going to focus on the landscape maintenance division. Next slide. So these are areas of responsibility, and something we really benefit from, and really the community benefits from, is an economy of scale and efficiencies in the operation. We have, even though each of these programs are separately funded, we cannot commingle any dollars. Still, we gain efficiencies. For example, if we have a vacancy that comes up in park maintenance and it's a significant priority area, we often have a staff member who we can shift laterally into that program. And also at different times of the year, we have some ability to be a bit flexible, maybe put more staff, for example, on park irrigation repairs during the winter months when we have a great chance for winter projects, shift them back over to median islands afterwards. And we balance all the funds. We have to track everything accordingly throughout the year. So parks, tree program citywide, 157,000 trees. All the median islands, that's 307 miles. We have 15 miles of trails, and thankfully growing. And then our community facilities districts that we oversee. Next slide. So, I think a lot of these are issues the commission is very familiar with out in the community with our parks. That additional resources are needed for maintenance. I want to go back to the 2017 Parks Master Plan. We're now in the process of updating. And that actually included a section that evaluated the city's staffing for operation and maintenance against different classes of service, different levels of service. What was evaluated was that we currently, at that time, had one full-time equivalent for every 26.8 acres. and the need, not even for the highest level of service, but for kind of a mid-range level, was 1 full-time per 20 acres. And we really looking at our operation, we definitely concur with that finding. Currently, we have over 75 irrigation work orders open with significant issues, even in some of our newer parks. For example, Inspiration Park, until this last week, it had gone through over a month period without water, where the valve system was having issues, and simply too many fires burning throughout the city with these. So we're proposing to increase the irrigation maintenance staff. Also with the mow crews, and we have a couple of photos here showing park conditions, with the mow crews who do mowing, edging, blowing the planter bed, flower bed maintenance. Their staffing is currently insufficient to cover a weekly cycle for all parks, at least to cover a weekly cycle for all of the amenities and areas within the parks. At times, we have to skip some of the planter beds and focus just on the mowing and edging. So the proposal would add to those mow crews. We have equipment in need of repair. If we have the equipment, light equipment used by the park maintenance staff that are down, that certainly creates issues for maintenance and for efficiency. And then also on trails, we are really excited. We're going to talk a little bit tonight about the Midtown Trail and other upcoming projects. And we definitely are in need of a trail crew for that growing network. Today we have 15 miles of trails, and with the Midtown Trail that's fully funded for construction, that will expand to 22 miles, definitely driving the need for that crew. Yvonne, next slide. So specifically, what you'll see, and we'll walk through the org charts briefly, 1 irrigation specialist, 4 park maintenance workers. They would be on the mow crews. Also a light equipment operator. Currently, we are really short. That's someone who can operate some of the equipment, not as large as, say, street maintenance type equipment. That's a heavy equipment, senior heavy equipment operator. But these are things like the water trucks, some of the larger park mowing equipment, and also the equipment service worker. The trail crew would be made up of a lead worker, park maintenance worker, and 3 laborers. And then looking at these requests with 12 new employees, plus the 6 irrigation staff that came over from the Parks Department to join our irrigation team at the beginning of September. That really creates 18 new staff in the department. And although our park supervisors are all very, very much working supervisors, there's a need to add 1 more just for that span of control, making sure issues are addressed, that we're handling our constituent calls, our Fresno request, and keeping the operation moving. Also, there's a component of Measure P that's formula-based dollars that is limited exclusively to operations and maintenance on the San Joaquin River Parkway. So the action recommends just appropriating $500,000 of those funds. It cannot be used for anything else into the budget. That will enable us, again, those dollars are not commingled with anything else. They're all tracked separately. Would enable the city to work collaboratively with the San Joaquin River Conservancy and the Parkway Trust on priorities in the area, and provide those dollars to address not only improved operations and maintenance, but to tackle some deferred maintenance items that are there. And that's in addition to the city's existing general fund commitment for that maintenance today. Also, it would appropriate $191,000 toward park tree trimming Also rodent control. We have a number of gopher issues in the parks, and usually we have to be selective and say, yes, we're going to provide that service in one park, and no, we cannot provide it in 4 or 5 others. So it enable that to increase, and also some minor materials for park repair work, such as fences, equipment, and such. Next slide. So on the organization chart, we currently in park maintenance. So here's the team. This has been in place for a number of years. We have Park Supervisor 2 and a Supervisor 1 for the respective areas. We do have 2 park equipment mechanics. One's a lead, one's a mechanic 2. We have 1 light equipment operator, then 8 park maintenance worker 2s, 4 laborers on the team, 6 irrigation specialists, and then 3 temporary laborers, and then 6 service aides. Those are also temporary employees. So all in all, park maintenance, that's 23 permanent employees and 9 temporary employees. I won't go through all of the other divisions because that talks about, you can see the 34 staff in median islands and trails, the community facilities district, landscape lighting maintenance district team, tree program, and the administration that handles payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, takes care of everything needed for the large operation. Next slide. You'll see here in red, these are the additions proposed, the 13 staff. 8 of those would go into park maintenance, again, addressing the irrigation issues and augmenting the 2 mow crews that we have so that we can cover all parks citywide on the weekly cycle in a very thorough manner. And then the 5 permanent staff added to where you see median islands and trails, that would be the 5-person trail crew dedicated for that work. Next slide. Speaking of trails, again, the active transportation plan was adopted by the city back in 2017. It really works, goes kind of hand in hand with the general plan and even with the Parks Master Plan. It outlines that comprehensive guide. Here's a photo, that's the cover of that adopted active transportation plan. Went through thorough community outreach and ultimately Planning Commission and then City Council. I want to go to the last bullet point, just noting we're at 15 miles of trails today. The priority network as identified in the ATP would bring us to 28 miles and ultimately 204 miles in ultimate build out. Next slide. Okay, the immediate need really is the Midtown Trail project. That is fully funded at $16 million, mostly grant funding, both federal and state dollars, and 7 miles of new facilities, starting near Manchester Center, along Shields Avenue, following the Fresno Irrigation District Canal. What we show here on screen is a map of that trail corridor, then going south on the Fresno Irrigation District Canal to McKinley Avenue near the Millbrook alignment, all the way along McKinley, past the airport, Clovis Avenue, and then up to the intersection of Clovis Avenue and Shields Avenue near the Clovis Old Town Trail. So we've awarded 2 construction contracts already. We are just literally within 2 weeks of breaking ground. We'll certainly keep the commission posted on the groundbreaking date. And then the next 3 segments are all due to be bid and awarded by the City Council within the next several months. So within, really a year and a half, we're due to have a full, all connected 7 miles. These segments will all come online in stages, and that trail maintenance crew will be really critical. That crew will have some capacity for other corridors, whether we're talking McKenzie Trail in the southeast to things like the Eaton or Sugar Pine, or various locations throughout the city. All right, next slide. So for future needs, I know our director, TJ Miller, talked about parks and future needs. Really, as the system grows and as revenues grow, we'd see the need for irrigation specialists really at 9. We're at 6 today for parks. The proposed action would take us to 7. Ultimately, we see the need for 9. As we build these new parks, we definitely see the need eventually to add a third mow crew, whether that's city staff or whether that's a contract vendor. There would be a need for a third mow crew. Eventually, as you see from the trail mileage proposed in the adopted plans, we would eventually see a second trail crew. And then, of course, as far as future needs, it's a very long list of park tree trimming needed, irrigation system replacements. Some of those are already budgeted this year, of course, rodent control, and then even things like some high dollar items like parking lot resurfacing and concrete walkway repairs where trees have uplifted them or their settlement. And we need to address that safe path of travel. Next slide. With that, that concludes our presentation, and we thank the Commission for your consideration on this item.
Thank you for the presentation, Scott. Is there any members of the public, City Clerk, that would like to make a comment on this item?
Yes, Lisa Flores. 1 second. Lisa?
Good evening, Scott. Real quick question. You have a forestry manager, but do you have on your schematic, what's lacking is an arborist, who can take care of the trees? Because, my biggest concern has always been the trees within roading, because there's such a diverse amount of trees. And I know that your staff, when they've come out to look at sick trees that I've called about, they start chopping when they really should be, an arborist should actually do an assessment of the tree, whether it's so sick that it needs to be cut down and replaced, or if it can be healed by doing certain maintenance activity. So why do you have a supervisor, but you don't actually have an arborist, a trained arborist on staff? Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up, we have Sharon.
Thank you. I was able to communicate with Scott earlier today about some concerns I had. The measure is written saying that any spending on the San Joaquin River Parkway will be coordinated with the San Joaquin River Conservancy and the San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust. And so I was a little bit surprised by this budget item. I didn't know that the city was ready to spend money, and we haven't had any discussions about it. Scott assures me that we'll be having some meetings about it, and he assured me, I was very concerned about the commingling issue, and he assured me that the funds that are appropriated for the parkway will only be used on the parkway, and that was one of my major concerns, so I appreciate that assurance. And I look forward to having a meeting soon to talk more about priorities. So thank you.
Thank you. That's all the public comment we have.
Thank you. I will now close the hearing and bring the item back to the Commission for discussion. Are there any Commission members that have a question or comment? You're on mute, Commissioner Barraza.
Thank you. One thing that worries me about the trails that we have in South Fresno is that we don't have too many. There's a wonderful trail between Belmont and Tulare that I think that's really something we're proud of. But when you go further south, when are we going to have more trails? I'm talking about the west side, I'm talking about southeast, I'm talking about south central. When the master plan was put together for trails, it was noticeable there were no trails in South Fresno. So I know that you're talking about it almost sounds like a new plan. I think it's called ATP or it's called, but when are the needs for trails in South Fresno going to be addressed?
And Commissioner Barraza, that's a great question. The ATP has quite a number of trails in South Fresno. We have a number of initiatives underway right now. We have a city has a project funded for construction on the Fancher Creek corridor. So that's due to go to construction this next year. Midtown Trail, of course, brings quite a bit to central Fresno. Also, I'm pretty excited the city is the recipient of a Fancher Creek Parkway planning grant through Caltrans that will address the area which is Fancher Creek and the Washington Colony Canal. That really stretches from around Jensen and Willow all the way out to Temperance Avenue. So that is underway. And then, of course, in Southwest Fresno, we have, through the Transformative Climate Communities Grant, a very significant project on the Fanning Ditch, which is really not often known by that name, but it's South California Avenue and west of Thorn, a significant new trail improvement.
What's happening in the area of Callaway, for example? I mean, I know it has some portions that are in the county, but there's a lot of city territory. And there was some discussion about running a connection across, maybe through church, and that never happened. And when I say South Fresno, that's what I mean, farther down to the southern portion of our city. And maybe when that whatever ATP, that report is put together, we have an opportunity to spread the benefit of trails all over the city. I mean, a lot happens in North Fresno, and I have nothing against doing things in North Fresno as long as we spread the benefits all over our city. I just wanted to make that statement.
I agree with you, Commissioner Barraza. Is there a way that we can have the ATP do a presentation for the commissioners before we actually vote on this item? Or do I have to make a motion, Christy?
So this item is currently scheduled to go to City Council on Thursday, so it will move forward at this point, and it will move forward with whatever recommendation if the commission makes a recommendation that's made this evening.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could just make an observation on a couple of concerns, and as far as how we put some type of feedback to the council, I kind of don't like it when the package is already all prepared, ready to go to council, without giving us an opportunity. I mean, I know it's happening before, but it's almost like it's a done deal, you know. But anyway, I'll make the statements. One concern I have with the two items is that there isn't really any specific general fund allocation to the addition of staff, number one. Number two, the proposal doesn't have a strategy of dealing with public safety and programs to help address the challenges of the homeless population in the parks. Those will be two concerns that I have in these two items going back to the council, and other commissioners may have other.
Thank you, Commissioner Barraza. I share your concerns as well. Is there any other commissioners that have any comments or questions regarding the presentation we just seen from Scott?
This is Commissioner Cummings, and I would like to thank Scott for his presentation, and also TJ. I think what I see and why I wanted to see both of these presentations is obviously there's this intense need for irrigation specialists, irrigation workers because that's often a limitation that we have in our parks presently and will be in the future. My concern is that, and this is probably a personal desire, but I don't think it's just me, it's where we're going into the future and other cities, the way that they're handling a move towards increasing tree canopy across their cities in a very equitable way, and understanding that we need to be able to see the entire region as an urban tree canopy of forest that we manage, and not just in pieces, in parts, but understanding that if we had somebody in the role of an urban forester who doesn't just simply supervise sort of the upkeep and maintenance, but actually is part of that vision, looking at the Parks Master Plan, looking at the future urban tree canopy management plan that I know the city's preparing. There's a need for that in this city, is to be able to leverage the resources which exist out there. There's millions of dollars in trees and irrigation, and how we can access more of that and be able to maintain what we've got. And so I just wanted to make the comment that to me is really the only thing that's missing in that piece of the forestry component, is the person who says yes to trees. Because it's such, we all know the long-term maintenance and upkeep and care it takes. And I would one day really just desire to see someone who has a passion for it, that can help to balance out the business of the parks and maintenance, along with how do we get this from a no to a yes for more trees.
Thank you, Commissioner Cummings. Do we have any other questions from the commissioners regarding this item?
Chair McCoy, this is Commissioner Parks. Again, sort of going back to the process question, and then to relate to something that you just mentioned, which I think is quite interesting, if it would be possible to have a presentation from the active transportation plan before moving forward with this. So I guess my question is, what would be the consequence of asking council to pause until the next meeting to give us a little bit more time to more thoroughly digest all of this information and potentially have that presentation from the ATP? It seems like when we pause and slow down a little bit, we end up with a better outcome, which was evidenced by our highest needs neighborhood webinar tonight. So that's just something I'd like to throw out there.
I agree with you, Commissioner Parks. Is there any other questions? Thank you. So Christy, I have a question. It sounds like that the commissioners would like to see a presentation from the ATP before we send this to council. Can we make a motion to include that, or is it just going to go to council regardless if we recommend it or not?
So this will go to council on Thursday. There's always the opportunity for council to continue it based off of the commission's desire, but this will be going to council on Thursday.
So can it be noted that we would like to see a presentation from the ATP to the council? That would be one of our recommendations.
All of your recommendations and desires will be communicated to council prior to the council meeting.
I would support waiting or requesting that an ATP presentation be made if we were to add the concern about having resources allocated to address the problems of public safety and the homeless population challenges in the parks, along with the expectation or the desire that there be some additional general fund allocation to what's being recommended.
I support what you're saying, Commissioner Barraza, but it sounds like that it's going to go to council anyway.
Well, I think that from time to time, we are not always going to agree with the what the council would like to do. I happen to support the package that's being presented today, but there's always room for improvement.
Correct.
And I view the suggestion that we get an ATP presentation that will be positive for us, and the concern of public safety at the parks, and not really being able to see a specific strategy to deal with that and the homeless population. I mean, there probably is a strategy, but how do we combine whatever solutions the city has with what we're doing with Measure P? I don't see the connection.
I agree with you, Commissioner Barraza. Christy, there is no way that we can pause this. This is on the agenda. It's gonna go.
It is out of this commission's jurisdiction to pull any items from the city council agenda.
We can request it though.
I couldn't hear you, Commissioner Barraza. Can you speak up?
Uh,
I make the statement that there are things that we don't.
So your desire to pull it from the council agenda will be communicated. However, there is no official way for this commission to recommend or request for an item to be pulled from the council agenda. That can only be done by city staff or the council members themselves.
So our best bet is to vote no when we get ready to vote, and then they would hear our concerns.
So your options are to make a motion to recommend or make a motion to not recommend, and that will be communicated to city council prior to the city council meeting on Thursday.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, Madam Chair. So we could support the proposal with recommendations to add things to it. In other words, if we were to support it and say with the additional recommendations that a presentation be made by the ATP, and also that city staff be asked to come back to the commission with recommendations on how to deal with public safety programs and how to deal with the challenges of the homeless population. I mean, sooner or later we have to deal with that because that's in the resolution. Or, I'm sorry, the ordinance.
Chair McCoy,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Kate, the ASL interpreter, has had her hand raised for some time.
Yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I actually am just letting you know the reason to have 2 interpreters for sign language is to prevent carpal tunnel syndrome. And if you have noticed, I am starting to shake and I cannot continue more than another 5 minutes. So either a decision needs to be made or something needs to be postponed to another day if you want interpretation to continue. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. And Chair McCoy, I have watched the attendance and we are down to about 8, maybe 8 community members. And if I don't see any community members here that are needing any interpretation that haven't already spoken earlier.
All right. Well, we can let Kate go. I really want to thank you for staying over, Kate. I really appreciate it. Our commissioners appreciate it. Thank you for doing that for us.
Of course. I'm sorry I can't continue. My body, just as you can see, my body can't do it anymore.
It's okay. Thank you for what you have done for us and for this meeting tonight. We appreciate it. You have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
City Clerk, this is Harjeet, your Punjabi interpreter. I have a question. I got lost. I lost the internet. If you can please put me back at the Punjabi channel.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And Dr. Apuda, I did see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was listening to the conversation around this item and it being pulled from the council calendar. I think there is an option that I wonder about, Christy, you can weigh in on this after I say what I have to say. It's been said, who can pull something from a calendar? If I'm correct, we all can have communications with city council persons, as well as the folks that report to them and express our concerns. In addition to that, just like there is room for public comment in our commission meetings, there's room for public comment at the council meetings. And a representative from this body, I would imagine, could go to the council member and express concerns about our not getting information in a timely manner that would allow us to make the kind of informed decisions that we would like. And so I am just putting those things out there for our consideration. Should we feel strongly about this moving forward in
Yes.
city council.
And I understand,
Let me finish.
Oh,
Christy.
go ahead, yes, please
Let
do.
me finish, Christy. Now let's see if I could pull that thought back. And I say that all of that, hearing many of my fellow commissioners say that they're not necessarily opposed to what has been presented, but have concerns about process and wanting more information to make the most informed decision. So I want to say that on behalf of the staff. Thank you.
And so what I was going to say is, as a commission, you may, by majority vote, either choose to make a recommendation or not make a recommendation to go forward to city council. If you, as an individual citizen of the city of Fresno, would like to make a separate recommendation different than what this commission does, then you may also do that either directly to the city council member in your district or any other city council member, or at the city council meeting. We do always recommend that if your comment, if you as a commission member come before the city council to make a comment about something that's come before this commission that's not an official representation of what the commission has voted on, that you just state clearly on the record that you are representing yourself as a citizen of the city of Fresno as opposed to part of the commission, because you are here to make a joint decision and majority rules on what goes before city council as a commission recommendation or non-recommendation. And I hope that makes sense.
It does, but if I could ask a more specific question, if this commission, the majority makes a decision, can someone representing this commission go and advocate for that position at a city council meeting?
So that is up to Chair McCoy about who would go before the city council on behalf of the commission.
Right, so my question isn't about who, but can it be done?
It can be done, and it is up to Chair McCoy who would do that.
Thank you.
She can appoint somebody else according to the bylaw.
Excuse me, Commissioner
What did you say,
Barraza?
Commissioner Barraza? We didn't understand.
Yes, we have bylaws that regulate our behavior, and I believe the bylaws state that when the commission takes a position, the chair of that commission can make a presentation to the city council, or she can appoint somebody else to represent the commission if she's not able to do that.
That is correct. So Chair McCoy would ultimately decide If Chair McCoy did not choose to go make a presentation on her own, then city staff would make the representation based off of what happens here this evening to the city council. But if she wanted somebody from this commission in her absence to make a presentation, she could so choose.
So commissioners, do you get my point? It seems like we feel like whatever happens here, we don't have an additional opportunity to make our desires known to the council, and we do. Whether we choose to take it or not is not my point. I'm not recommending we do that, but I'm just adding another element that we have the ability to do for consideration.
Correct, and I will be willing to do that for the commission. I think we all share the same concerns, so I will be willing to go to city council meeting on Thursday and make the presentation.
We need to clarify exactly what is the position of the commission's majority.
Correct. So what I'm hearing, go ahead, Christy. It seems like
So I was going to say, so this is the point where somebody would make a motion based off of whatever the commission's position is, of recommendation or non-recommendation, whatever it may be, but this is the moment of making a motion.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion, and I'd like to explain something as to why I would like that motion in the manner I would like to make it, and that is that the adding of staff to start implementing the promises of Measure P, it's a very positive thing. And we want that, and I, as a commissioner, support that. But I think that there are other, so I would make a motion that we support the two items presented to us before this commission today. But I would add the recommendation to the city council that as soon as possible, city staff should start addressing the issues of public safety and other matters and challenges associated with the homeless at parks. And that there also be the consideration by the council to augment the funding of new positions added to parks with general fund. That's fair.
Is there a second to that motion?
So if there's not a second to the motion, then the motion will fail.
I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to address the public safety and the homelessness in the park, and also would like to see funds from the the budget allocated to help fund some of these positions instead of it all being Measure P funding.
I second that.
Thank you. Secretary, can we do a roll call vote? Correct, Christy?
Yes. I would just verify that there are no other motions, and then yes, you may take a roll call vote on that motion.
Thank you. Are there any other motions that our commissioners would like to make?
I would just ask if that motion could be repeated. Sorry.
I would make a motion to look at the public safety and the homelessness, and also would like to see how much money is coming from the general fund to be allocated for these positions instead of it being solely on Measure P.
Madam Chair, are you supporting the allocation of the positions, or those that will be
I support
based
the
on...
positions. I do support the positions, Commissioner Barraza, But I just want to see I just want to see the funding coming from the budget, the general fund, to see, because it looks like it's coming solely from Measure P, and I want to see what the city is doing to help fund these new positions as well.
So basically, it's a conditional recommendation, is that correct?
Yes.
It's contingent on those things happening, then your motion would actually support the funding of the positions with those conditions. Yeah, I reaffirm my second.
Okay, so just to verify the motion on the record, we're recommending the positions with the contingency of general fund budget or general fund money being allocated to those positions as well as addressing the public safety aspect at the parks, correct?
You also mentioned the homeless.
And the homeless.
Okay, just so that Brianna has it clear for the record.
Thank you, Christy. Okay. Commissioner Parks?
Yes.
Commissioner Barraza?
Yes.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings? Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Apuda?
Yes.
Commissioner Bang? Not sure if we lost her. And Chair McCoy?
Yes.
I don't know. Okay, it passed 7-0.
Okay, I will also like to make a motion on the second presentation that there be a presentation from the ATP before there's any money allocated out of Measure P funding.
I second that.
Is there any other motions by the commissioners?
I don't have a motion, but I have a question on that motion for clarity.
Yes.
Are you saying that we were talking before about things being pulled from the calendar? Is that what you're saying? I'm just not clear.
I would like to see a presentation from the ATP on how many trails are being created, because it looks like from the presentation that we've seen that all the trails are being created central and north and none in south. So I would like to see a presentation of what trails are being created in south or what is in the queue before this is passed or recommended to council.
Okay, I understood. Before it's recommended to council. That's the piece I'm asking about.
Well, that's just, how can I put it? Because we really don't have a right to pull it from the agenda. So I would like to see a presentation from the ATP before council makes a decision.
Yes.
That's my motion.
Thank you for clarifying.
No problem, Dr. Apuda. Are there any other motions that commissioners would like to make?
I'm sorry, a clarifying question. The way that these were agendized is kind of confusing because the first one was about the funding allocation and then the second one was about the positions, but the presentations mixed those together. So the motion that we just passed was related to the parks positions and therefore to the funding allocation. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so then this motion is related specifically, your motion is related specifically to expenditures happening for public works, for trail maintenance, not happening until the ATP presentation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. McCoy, I just want to verify because I do see a hand up in the participants. Did we take this out to public comment after Scott Mosier's presentation? I don't recall.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes, we
Okay.
did.
Lisa and Sharon.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Is there any other motions? City Clerk, would you take a vote?
Yes. Commissioner Parks?
Yes.
Commissioner Barraza?
Yes.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings? Commissioner Cummings?
You're not on mute now, Commissioner Cummings.
I don't.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Apuda?
Yes.
Commissioner Vang? And Chair McCoy?
Yes.
7-0.
All right. Well, thank you, commissioners, for all of your hard work. I will adjourn the meeting at 10:02 tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good night,
everyone.
everyone.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.